This broadcast of Spotlight has been made possible through a grant from Peckner, Dorfman, Wolf, Runick, and Cabot of Philadelphia.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Wilson with the Delaware Valley Weather Report. And the weather word for tomorrow is good day sunshine. It will be sunny and mild tomorrow with a high of 68 degrees and overnight low of 38. Sunny skies will continue to stay with us on Wednesday, and the high will be 73. By Thursday, the temperatures will cool off a bit with a few clouds to block our way, the high 60 degrees. Good news for the weekend, though. We're calling for fair skies and a high of 63 on Friday. I'm Lauren Wilson. Stay tuned to Pride of Place coming up next.
Tonight's forecast is made possible by you if you're a TV12 subscriber.
I'm a psychiatrist, and I have 3 teenage daughters. I know how tough it is for kids today, with school pressures, drugs, alcohol, depression, or family problems. I've also seen how the adolescent unit at Friends Hospital can help. We offer short-term inpatient therapy for kids with problems. We include parents in the treatment program because when a child has a problem, everyone hurts. To receive a brochure, call Friends Hospital now.
Friends Hospital applauds Channel 12's emphasis on nature, the arts, and other quality programming.
Watch for the premiere of Pride of Place next. The Undersea World of Jacques Cousteau returns next Monday night at this time.
Pride of Place, Building the American Dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The shapes arise. Shapes of factories, arsenals, foundries, markets. Shapes of bridges, vast frameworks, girders, arches. Shapes of democracy total, result of centuries. Shapes of turbulent cities, shapes of the friends and home givers of the earth. Shapes bracing the earth and braced with the whole earth.
I believe that architecture, which is the art of building, reaches lyrical heights when it embodies something more than functional utility, something more than bricks and mortar. I believe that architecture becomes great when it builds a dream. The task of building the dream is made more complicated by the fact that America is a nation of immigrants. We have not only had to pioneer a continent, but to create a coherent culture out of the extraordinary diversity of our backgrounds. Over the next 8 weeks, we will be crisscrossing the country to reveal America as it creates its own collective myth, as it explores old forms and new techniques to create its own history and reflect pride of place.
Welcome to Brooklyn on the Gowanus. I'm Robert Stern. I'm an architect. I became an architect because of the architecture of my city. New York, and particularly the skyscrapers of Lower Manhattan, were my personal Oz.
As a child, my pleasure was to wander among the skyscrapers of Manhattan's man-made canyons. No more thrilled could I have been, I suppose, than the Arizona pioneers who stumbled upon the Grand Canyon 100 years before me. To me, these skyscrapers were the stuff of dreams. Their fusion of history and technology defined them as American architecture. American architecture, like American culture, has always been defined by its search for a usable past. American architecture, at its best, has dreamed of the past, creating a sense of place. It was an architecture that we very nearly lost. Growing up in the 1950s, I was completely dismayed by the direction in which architecture was going. My dream of Manhattan was compromised by a new kind of architectural composition. Instead of the proud towers of the 1920s that climbed inexorably to the sky, culminating in peaks and pyramids, we got a new kind of building. Big, impersonal boxes of architecture that rose undifferentiated from top to bottom. Look at them, how boring they are. How like so many wall ovens piled up with one window after another. The most anonymous kind of architecture. These bland boxes of the 1950s were inspired by the so-called international style. A style which argued that buildings should be machines for the universal man. Look at these slabs. See how they clog the landscape, how the proud mountain range of Manhattan has been impacted. These boxes seem to me, then as they do now, to be the empty cartons that my dream buildings had come in. It was against this background of so-called modern architecture, of buildings without any dream, that I left New York in the 1950s to study architecture in New Haven. During this period, Yale's campus was dismissed as old hat, an embarrassing attempt to transplant the European Middle Ages to 20th century America. Within Yale's Gothic walls, the bland international style was celebrated as the new religion. But there were a few great teachers. The historian Vincent Scully saw beyond the dogma of international style modernism to the wider possibilities of architecture.
It was.
Well, they didn't conform to the social or intellectual values, perhaps, of modernism, which were prevalent.
Yeah.
Maybe they were too complex.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think they were too hard for them. I mean, they just couldn't see that this relationship to the street is a very complex and beautiful urbanistic idea where you have a scale, which is a human scale. They had some civilized benches to sit on, making a city space. And this, after all, is the very edge of Yale, on Chapel Street.
You could sit down and read the paper.
People do sit, yeah. You have behind it a building that's deep, majestic character. You have some details, so it goes back with a kind of eloquence, with a kind of poem. All of that is hard to do. It's complicated. Takes a lot of drawing. And I have a feeling that the way the international style had developed by that time was so reductive in terms of what you knew in history, in terms of what you could do in terms of drawing, that these people had a vested interest in incompetence, really? Yeah, no question about it. If this was really great architecture and nobody valued it, then when Kahn came along, and he was here before you were at Yale, and you never studied with him.
No, but I did my architecture on the top floor, at least a part of it.
And it was good up there.
It was a great space, fantastic.
So here's Kahn. He's trained in this kind of architecture, but he comes out into a world that doesn't value it. And this is the first building, built when he's in his early 50s, in which he tries to start again. if you compare it with that one, it too is very reductive. There's so little here compared with what's there, but there is a kind of strength. There's a kind of sense of a beginning. He's really starting here to try to understand what a classical building in a town is.
Louis Kahn's art gallery of 1953 was a brave attempt to resume the conversation between the present and the past. 10 years later, Paul Rudolph's Art and Architecture building went further. It did not return to Yale's historical styles, but it did recapture many traditional values.
You know, Bob, Rudolph's building is so heroic and it's so tragic. I mean, it's a real American story. He tries to take 2 or 3 different buildings by Corbusier and compact them into one. It's a good example of trying to invent a language when there is no language. That corduroy concrete that really hurts you when you get near to it is a primitive way to try to get classical rustication, classical texture. But you know, it is the aesthetic of the ruin. It is Corbusier, in a sense. It's modern architecture. Once it gave up the machine aesthetic, since it threw everything else out, it had nowhere to go but to the primordial. But it also brought a really brutalist presence into the town. Right at the opening, one of the most distinguished architectural historians in the world said it really wasn't a very good building, and that hurt Rudolph. But given all that, I think the building is going to outlive all the criticism that's been directed toward it. Don't you?
I do, absolutely.
Sure.
I was a student while Rudolph was designing and constructing his masterwork. Completed in 1963, it gestured toward Yale's traditional architecture, but its final effect was much less engaging. Yet Rudolph taught me that architecture was more than a matter of composition and construction. It was an expression of history and place. I'm quite concerned about those headers up there and also about those joists and the need to get... Since leaving Yale in 1965, I have endeavored to design new buildings that combine pragmatism and myth. I believe in an architecture of dreams. Pretty far since the last time I've been here. Many of my houses have been built in New England. This one is just across the bay from where the Mayflower landed in 1620.
Oh, that Jehovah he God is, 'tis he that made us not and we, that slandereth that with his tongue and his...
The Pilgrims brought with them simple tools to construct their dream of a new Jerusalem, according to their memories of an old England.
Just down the pin. Up, easy. Anytime. Ready? Oh, there. It's a little too far. I'm forward. There. All right, ready?
The Pilgrims figured out how to use the fewest men and the least time to build a house during the short building season. Using lighter, shorter beams and simple joinery, they assembled houses with just a few men instead of a whole community.
Down fine.
With no surveying tools, the buildings were squared to the far horizon of the sea.
Look at that then, boy. Oh, is it? That's come way in. Is it leaning in? We need to go. Keep going. 3 feet, Tom. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Yeah. All right, there.
This dream of the Pilgrims was realized first in forms similar and with methods similar to those back in England. Wattle and daub cottages covered with thatched roofs.
Thatch had been used for roofing because wood was in such short supply. In the New World, the Pilgrims found plentiful sources of wood. They created a New England architecture that used wood for the roofing as well as the walls. Although most Americans are not descendants of the Pilgrims, their experience has become the foundation of our national myth. Plymouth Plantation is a living museum that was established in 1957. Its popularity offers tangible evidence of America's need for a usable past.
It's a theme park, to be sure, but it's a very special one in which one can sense the toughness of the early life. In fact, the guides speak a scrupulous Middle English, and they live the dream of the 17th century with remarkable exactitude.
At least in legend, the Pilgrims first set foot in America, here on Plymouth Rock.
How ironic, then, that it is not housed in a shelter that repeats the rude architecture of the early plantation, but in a wondrous temple, a real image of the Arcadian classical dream of America.
For Thomas Jefferson, America's landscape resembled the idyllic Arcadia written about by the classical poets. Jefferson imagined the United States as a new Arcadia. America was a continental garden waiting to be cultivated, not only with specimen plantings, but with specimen architecture. Only classical architecture could visually represent the new nation of citizen farmers. America would be a new Rome. Jefferson's own house, Monticello, reflects his ambitions for American democracy. Above all, it was a complex self-portrait.
Bottle of wine, Robert.
That's very nice.
Here it is, coming up in a dumbwaiter in the side of the fireplace from the wine cellar below.
Mr. Jefferson thinks of everything, doesn't he? Or at least he did.
He did indeed. He was a gadgeteer, a professional gadgeteer.
Like Jefferson, Jacqueline Robertson is a Virginia-born architect. Trained at Yale and Oxford, Robertson has returned to his native state to be Dean of the School of Architecture in Charlottesville.
Let's drink to Mr. Jefferson.
Mr. Jefferson.
It's interesting to think of Jefferson as someone who gave a personality to a house. Probably no American house exemplifies the eccentricities of personality, the passions and contradictions more than this house.
It's a great self-portrait, isn't it?
It's a great self-portrait. If you look at this room, this enormous skylight, huge classical cornice, much too big for the size of the room, enormous moldings almost crushed by the weight of the room, very mannerist, very radical piece of architecture. Though the sources are conservative, classicism, Roman classicism, the way in which he uses those is very different from a conservative by-the-book method. He really transforms the whole classical vocabulary. And remember, the house is a workshop. He's working on it all of his life. He's not only experimenting with timeless architectural problems, but as the American inventor, the gadgeteer, the crazy dumbwaiter over here. It's as if he's trying on this hill to bring together everything in the country where he can live with it in a kind of ideal world. Remember, Jefferson, though he's the universal man, the democratic man, he's very lonely. His whole life, though the house is filled with guests, he's lonely. And that loneliness in the New World on this continent, where he goes back to Europe and brings all of the things, the stuff of the classical world to live with him on the frontier, is extraordinarily moving, I think.
I think Jefferson was telling us that America was the repository of all that went before. It was the new extension of Western humanism. Western humanism would get a new lease on life here on this American continent. And it's not surprising that Monticello is not only on the top of the hill, but that it looks out to the west to a vast continent beyond it, which would be populated with these new, old ideals.
Yeah, there's no question that this was the working out of the ideas of the Enlightenment, the final flowering of the European Enlightenment, but in a new setting.
Isn't it interesting, Robert, that in the house that's on the top of the mountain, on top of the house, there's this hidden room, almost a room to the gods, with no purpose. Was it a billiard room, a playroom? No one knows. Unfinished in intention.
Jefferson's qualities as an amateur are both endearing and disturbing. For example, these bases here around this domed room are so vast as to support columns that would be 4 times as high as the room itself.
But you know, he always does this exaggeration of scale and detail, as if to say, out here in the wilderness, I must exaggerate classical reference, or no one will hear me.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. Of course, it's just that he gets things wrong. How can you put a dome on top of this portico, slipped out from the center of the building? Things don't quite fit together.
Which you'll see here. Instead of an alley, the doors open into an attic.
To the end of the dream, right at its beginning.
I think in this room, Robert, you get some idea of the restlessness and the relentlessness of Mr. Jefferson at work early in the morning, sitting at this desk, the polygraph, first sort of Xerox machine.
One for you, one for history.
A rotating book stand.
You could read 4 books at a time.
Just across from a bed that you can get out 2 sides of, one to dress, one to jot a note down. That clock at the end of the bed is disturbing. He doesn't have much time left. There's much to be done, and he must get on with it.
Here you're in the classical salon in the New World with references to European culture, paintings, musical instruments, furniture.
But Jefferson's classicism was so pragmatic. That's so incredible about it. Common touch and the pragmatic touch.
Yes, watch this.
It's marvelous. To think of this, how did he do it?
The hinges are connected under the floor, and the doors close again as you go out to protect against the draft.
A graceful entrance without servants to open the doors for you.
Robert, this is really the front hall as mini museum, domestic museum, in which Jefferson gathers together everything of interest to him. The busts of his heroes, animals brought back, the heads of bisons, this extraordinary calendar clock, and the symbolic ceiling, the great eagle, pink with stars around it that flies out over the countryside in search of the new world. This is where Lewis and Clark set out from.
This house is a kind of tiny city. This house and its dependencies and the grounds are surrogate for towns that will never be, in which nature and building are brought together in a kind of harmonious relationship. It's an Arcadian city at both an experimental level and at the same time very conservative. So he's very radical and very conservative at the same time. Very interesting sort of middle-of-the-road American. He says, I establish a new architecture on a new hill, and it's French and revolutionary, and it's not tied to that old Tidewater aristocracy.
This sunken passageway, or cryptoportico, had the practical advantage of putting all of the messy things in life down below the formal grade of the house.
The harmony of man and nature in Jefferson's Arcadia depended on slaves who lived and worked in these half-buried ranges. Jefferson suppressed the slave quarters to preserve the intimate scale of the house temple above. His design also reflected his deeply ambiguous feelings about slavery. Jefferson had utterly reviled slavery in his youth. He had vowed to end it in his first draft of the Declaration of Independence, yet he never managed to personally renounce it.
Out here, a paddock. You'd walk the horse after riding all morning, and then be able to go back to the house undercover in bad weather. One side in his usually orderly fashion given over to the farm, the other side to domestic appliances, kitchen, smokehouse, all pressed down into the ground.
In the end, Robert, don't we have in Thomas Jefferson a peculiarly modern man? His ideas, to me, it seems, are as fresh today as when he first put them in front of the world. He's very American, pragmatic, a tinkerer, changing things, an incrementalist, at the same time, very high-minded with a sweeping, broad view of the entire situation. He builds in a way that is both classical in reference and establishes a continuum of the old world in the new, and yet he transforms those ideas as a result of the new world into an entirely different situation. Frank Lloyd Wright loved Jefferson, considered him the only other American architect. And I think partially because of his idea system, and I think partially because of the way he built buildings that embraced the land, spread their tendrils out into nature, and became a part of that, the Song of America. Wright, in the end, saw that peculiar quality in Jefferson of both formal geometry and the laws of nature.
Like Jefferson's Monticello, Frank Lloyd Wright's Taliesin attempted to define an American architecture. It, too, was a self-portrait developed over half a century. In mid-career, Wright abandoned the city for the countryside he knew best, the Wisconsin farmland settled by his mother's Welsh family. He reinvented his past by romanticizing his ancestors' pioneer experiences. Taliesin seemed to grow from the hill. Wright believed that he could derive moral strength from the earth itself. He burrowed his cave-like retreat into the hill. In the center of Monticello, there was a void, a room to be occupied by man. At Taliesin's core, right place to hearth. The nation's best-loved house is George Washington's Mount Vernon. The product of a country gentleman farmer's aspirations, its classical details were crafted in wood, finished to look like stone. The kitchen and other dependencies are ranged in imperfect formal order. They embrace the entrance court, giving the modest design a grandeur that raises it to the level of a public square. Mount Vernon's great pediment seems to float out over the surfaces of the wall, desperately trying to unify the skewed pattern of windows and doors below. Mount Vernon is visited by 1 million tourists each year. It is the Lenin's tomb of American architecture. Washington entertained visitors on the other side of the house. His grand portico has been appropriated by Americans as their national front porch. Mount Vernon's associations are so powerful that it has been imitated countless times, inspiring both parodies and serious interpretations. Mount Vernon is more than Washington's house. It represents the man and his ideals. Mount Vernon's power to symbolize national unity was proven on the eve of the Civil War, when it was saved by an association of Northern and Southern women. Perhaps the most powerful interpretation of Mount Vernon was offered by Theodate Pope Riddle, America's first significant woman architect. In rural Connecticut, she built her own house, Hillstead, combining national and local history. Mount Vernon's grand portico was grafted to the Connecticut farmhouse. America's most famous contemporary architect, Philip Johnson, was once the leading American proponent of the international style. Today, Johnson has begun to use traditional forms in his architecture.
Philip, Theodate Pope Riddle was your cousin.
She was, indeed.
Quite a formidable woman, I would imagine.
She frightened me nearly to death, of course, since she was an enormous woman. She was very, very strong.
Well, you know, she took the name Theodate. That wasn't her name originally. She was born Effie.
She was always called Effie all her life. She was never called Kid.
Well, it was quite a dream, it seems to me, not only come from Cleveland to Farmington, but to drag her parents along with her and to get them to hire McKim, Mead, and White to design this house. In fact, to sit at Stanford White's knee and be the draftsman and learn to be an architect that way.
They improved on Mount Vernon, of course, as anybody in 1900 surely should be able to. And I think they did rather well. I mean, she was an amateur. She hadn't been to architectural school, but she certainly was very knowledgeable. And where she got that is very hard to tell.
Of course, you came here, I suppose, in your 20s or 30s when you were hell-bent on a modernist point of view.
But of course, this house to me was a collection of bad pictures. It was very unfashionable 30 years ago to like the collection of art at Hillstead. Haystacks by then, you know, had become postcards.
Of course, the Monets are so marvelous in those fantastic Stanford White frames. I think this house was a great frame for Theodate. Well, from where I'm sitting, I'm looking in two distinct ways, and the space in one way is just opening in a great river all the way through to the front door, sweeping up the stairs, and then through a smaller door to the library and other rooms beyond. She must have been quite remarkable to run this great house, to be an architect all at once. It must have been a tremendous conflict for her to get all that accomplished. This room, which is her study, seems to me a retreat from all the pressures of the house and where she could get her real work done.
Seems to me the most Theodate room in the house, there's no question. I mean, this is where you feel the presence of a person in executive charge.
It's a room that doesn't really quite, though, suggest the power of the woman and the determination. It still seems sort of daintily feminine.
To me, it's extremely masculine, and it's the way she wanted to be and wanted to be remembered. And the desk even is a piece of architecture. Even got a top like certain buildings. The desk in detail and the microcosm of the macrocosm, all the little slots being an arcade, all of them are like little buildings. The great front door being the little cabinet. She would naturally pick a desk that was a piece of architecture.
In 1918, Riddle designed a boys' school. At Avon Old Farm, she created all the architecture and wrote all the rules.
I think it's interesting that it's not only the small scale and not the medieval quality that's fabulous, but the architectonic quality, these great slits and slashes through the geometry that really lend a tension and excitement to the composition. But I think those touches are unbelievable, those paired chimneys, and then the wall connecting them. So it's both open and closed.
It's still the actuality of the absolute square. It's still absolutely held to the ground by the four arches at the four midpoints, the four gables, and that framework sticks. And the tricks that she does then of the switch of scales. But take a great chimney that comes right up out of the window embrasure. And then the window that isn't a window at all, it can't possibly be. You see, there's a whole floor higher.
And the medieval gable that goes up to an American eagle.
American eagle at the top of the medieval gable.
It's German expressionism.
German expressionism, but she didn't know anything about that.
Well, she might have gone to the movies and seen the Golem or the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Or Hansel and Gretel. You have to be a midget to go in, and yet that all a midget thing does is to make you big and happy and well.
The stone was hand-quarried on the site. To authenticate her medieval dream, Riddle hired 6 English craftsmen who taught her American workers pre-industrial methods. Riddle sought to resurrect traditional values of work and craft.
I was there during construction. She didn't allow plumb bobs on the job, you know. No straight lines anywhere. Everybody had to learn their craft from the source and build it slowly and correctly the way God meant it to be built.
Imagine building today a building without any windows. Of course, being in the middle of the time when Corbusier said, you'll be a better man, the more glass you live in, morally a better person. And then to go to this school, which was purported to be original and modern, I practically wouldn't speak to Cousin Theodate in those years.
Avon was more than a school. It was a farm village where rich schoolboys were put to work. But nobody pretended that they were farmers' sons. Avon students had money, and to teach them to manage it, Riddle built a classical bank. Why classical? Because the first bank of the United States was classical. For instruction in etiquette, Riddle built a baronial dining hall. Its half-mad architecture pushed the Gothic to the Baroque. "50 years after work began at Hillstead, Philip Johnson started to build his dream house in Connecticut. Johnson, like his cousin Theodate, was a Cleveland native who, after being educated in the East, declined to go home again. Johnson rejected tradition and turned to the international style of his hero architect, Ludwig Mies van der Rohe. In 1949, Johnson realized Mies's proposal for a glass house.
I started thinking about this house about 40 years ago. And as a young man, of course, you always dream dreams of your ultimate house in Arcadia. Perfect house in the woods, a perfect house set apart from the world. So I've lived here now for 35 years. And it gets nicer and nicer because the countryside gets better and better. There are two ways of relating to nature. One is the Frank Lloyd Wright way, where you fit and nestle. The other way is to contrast it strongly by a podium, and that's what we're doing here. We're setting this absolutely man-made object as a contrast and let the bowers of the trees fold around it and letting the landscape fall away as it will.
Frank Lloyd Wright came here and visited.
Yeah?
How did he take to this house?
He said, "Here I am, Philip. Am I indoors or am I out? Do I leave my hat on or do I take it off?" See how clever that is? Because to him, there couldn't be a house without a sense of shelter. And to me, a house doesn't need that. A house needs a presence on a cliff.
It's a temple.
Temple. Why separate yourself off from nature? That an architect always wants to build for himself because then he has a little more freedom. No one would build a glass house that was in his right mind. I mean, not to live in. It's nice to be out in nature without having to go in one of those horrible sleeping bags. But otherwise, it's not made for private life with the family. And so coming here was a statement of defiance. The modern architecture was still very, very strong in the 40s, and the international style was by no means dead, but it had never gone to the extremes.
But this idea of living in nature, the way you've done it, protected from the elements by this thin wall of glass, yet with all the comforts of a nice central heating system and a wonderful fire, is very American, it seems to me, to have escape into the wilderness, but to bring all your urban sophistication with you.
Yes, I think that's a good analysis, Professor Stern. I don't think it occurred to me. All I wanted to do was to do a better house than the Mies was doing.
But, Dr. Johnson, to continue this analogy, I don't think it's just a matter of Mies that you wanted to take on. I think you were taking on the whole history of architecture here.
I think you're reading that in it. I just had to buy a lot.
What started out as a suburban house on a suburban lot has become the nucleus of a 32-acre estate. Over almost 4 decades, Johnson has added a collection of buildings. In each of these, he has explored architectural history, challenging the international style of his own glass house.
What is really a wall here that holds the house in from nature.
It's also an 18th century garden, it seems to me.
It's negative English gardening, but you're quite right. It's an English garden outside the classical bastion. That Schinkel, of course, had to work with it.
Spanish farms didn't have glazed ceilings like this.
No, nothing was the same. I just meant the idea of the gable came from the Spanish farm.
Whatever triggers your imagination to decide a Spanish farmhouse?
Well, you see, Spanish farms always had a gable that didn't meet. You know, were jogged like that. So that was just in the back of my mind, but that wasn't at all the purpose of this room. The purpose of this room was to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places to put sculpture. See, the worst thing you can do in sculpture is to put 2 pieces of sculpture so that one would come behind each other, like the Museum of Modern Art.
It makes the room into a marvelous stage set. As we move around it, you feel that we're the most important people in the world.
And what we tried to do was to get it so the person, as you say, that's on the stairs is always on stage. That's why the stairs is narrow on purpose, to keep it so that you'd always be thrown out into the big space.
And what possessed you to cover it all in glass as opposed to putting windows or some other way of screening
Well,
it?
because I didn't want windows to get in the way of the sculpture. See, this way we can get the sculpture always has its own background, always got its front light, and yet very little light comes through here, only 14% of the actual sun.
Well, I think it has wonderful detail and wonderful intricacy that really gives it a life.
And don't you think, because it has different scales?
Yes.
I mean, here the steps are the step scale, but we have a double step scale.
That's right. And you read the white against the natural
the white against
brick.
the natural. And of course, the Greek village analogy of the little streets that go up behind. There's, of course, another helpful in scale is the size of a brick is a well-known unconscious scale giver. And so you never get any sense as, am I big or am I too small? Or, and the wall is exactly the same.
Even though the walls are painted white, you've got them bricks, so you can
got the bricks, you always concentrate. But if you had it blank, it's nowhere near as good as if it has some texture. Then to keep the level straight, we put little slots in the...
That's the same device she used. To pull, you remember the corner of the courtyards were pulled apart?
Oh, yes.
Again,
the
to
slot
let the
becomes
eyes slide through.
Exactly. That's right. Actually, this is the best space I've ever done. And of course it has no purpose, that's why it helps a lot.
Johnson's New Canaan estate brings American architecture to a turning point. For over 30 years, Johnson has tried to go beyond the international modern style of his glass house and come to terms with traditional architecture. The critical issue today is the relationship of new buildings to the past. The renewed search for a usable past has had several false starts. Richard Meyer's Hartford Seminary of 1981 refuses to engage in a dialogue between the past and the present. Sleekly detailed like a 1920s ocean liner, it is stranded in suburbia. Meyer's design makes no connection to the seminary's Gothic past. The classical portico of Princeton's Whig Hall survived a 1969 fire. Charles Gwathmey and Robert Siegel were commissioned to renovate the building. Though they undertook a dialogue with the past, they refused to adopt the building's classical architecture for their own design. What might have been a conversation across time ends up a confrontation, which may not be all bad, given that the building houses the College Debating Society. "15 years later, on the same campus, Gordon Wu Hall went much further. Venturi, Rauch, and Scott Brown conduct a witty conversation, invoking the university's traditional forms and symbols. But architecture must go beyond sly ironies in its search for a usable past. Michael Graves meets history head-on in San Juan Capistrano, California. Michael Graves' regional library took its cue from the nearby 18th century Spanish mission. The library's design was inspired by the mission's cloistered courtyard. Its sculptural masses, its red tile roofs, and its striking rooftop silhouette. But Graves's design is highly personal and inventive as well. As the historian Perry Miller has written, being American is not something to be inherited, so much as something to be achieved. In evoking the past, architecture helps us to affirm our own moment in time. By placing our ordinary lives within history, we learn who we are and where we came from. And thereby, we reassure ourselves that we are not merely isolated accidents of existence. The skyscraper thrills of my youth are back again, I'm happy to report. Johnson & Berge's PPG Place in Pittsburgh recaptures the optimism of the proud towers that I loved. Glass, traditional form, traditional urban space, the wonderful activity of people moving back and forth in and out of buildings across the plaza, all brings back a sense of urbanism, of power, of towers that dominate and aspire. The glass curtain walls shimmer, endlessly reflecting changing patterns of light. But the sculpted surface makes the building a mirror and a mass. Johnson & Berge used the modern materials of glass and steel to realize dreams of Gothic towers. In New York, my city, I had despaired that there would never be an end to the high-rises that blocked off the towers of my Manhattan dreams. But Johnson & Berge's AT&T building, completed in 1984, marked a turning point. AT&T was the first New York skyscraper in 40 years to proudly inhabit its height. Once again, our architecture amuses us and challenges us. Once again, it represents our pride of place.
Stay tuned for word on how you can order the book version of Pride of Place from TV 12. Episode 2 of the series will be broadcast on Tuesday, April 1st, right here on TV 12.
Pride of Place, Building the American Dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The companion book to Pride of Place is available from TV 12 if you call the number on your screen. It is lavishly illustrated with 384 pages that include the historic homes, state houses, museums, and skyscrapers seen in a series. Order Pride of Place now with a credit card by calling toll-free 1-800-441-3000. The price is $34.95, and please have your credit card ready when you call. That's 1-800-441-3000.
Penicillin ushered in a golden age of antibiotics and held out the hope of conquering the major infectious diseases. But soon a new problem, resistance, threatened to undo the miracle drug's first bright promise.
The pessimists would say that we may have found all the antibiotics there are to find. We may look back on the antibiotic era as just a passing phase in the
For a transcript of this program, send $4 to Nova, Box 322, Boston, Massachusetts, 02134. Please be sure to include the show title. This program was produced by WGBH Boston, which is solely responsible for its content. Major funding for NOVA is provided by this station and other public television stations nationwide. And by Allied Signal, a technology leader in aerospace, electronics, automotive products, and engineered materials. And the Johnson & Johnson family of companies, supplying health care products worldwide. A companion book, Nova Adventures in Science, published by WGBH and the Addison Wesley Publishing Company, is available in libraries and bookstores nationwide.
Nova on WHYY is brought to you in part by Diamond State Telephone. Whenever you need us, we'll be there.
Next week, Nova profiles the efforts of the United Nations Children's Fund to save the lives of 7 million children who die from curable diseases each year. Child Survival, the Silent Emergency, next Tuesday at 8 p.m.
Pride of Place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The Salk Institute in La Jolla, California, is an ideal village for scholars. Completed in 1965, it is a place apart, a retreat from the noisy confusion of the city. The Institute has the dignity of an ancient ruin, but its architect, Louis Kahn, rejected any explicit references to the past. How suitable for the rational, dreamless life proposed by the Institute's director, Dr. Francis Crick. Crick argues that we dream in order to forget. At Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory on Long Island, research takes place in a 19th century whaling village. The lab is administered by Dr. James Watson, Crick's partner in the discovery of DNA. At Cold Spring, scientists cracking molecules can dream of a flinty New England past. Since 1975, architect Charles Moore and his Centerbrook associates have renovated the village, slipping state-of-the-art labs into traditional clapboard buildings. Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory and the Salk Institute represent opposite architectural visions, yet both define an American place. Both are campuses, ideal villages of learning set apart from the city. America's first campus, the University of Virginia, was designed by Thomas Jefferson.
you have something that is both new and old. Jefferson's University of Virginia is a remarkable combination of classical ideals and pure American do-it-yourself amateurism. It is a place that most people think of as uniquely American, yet in fact the language of the architecture is based on the grandest classical vision imaginable. The idea of lining a landscaped mall or lawn with individual house temples is uniquely American. Each professor lives in his house. Each house takes on the form of a temple, and each temple is based on one from antiquity. The professors' houses were linked together by colonnade. Behind them, Jefferson built barrack-like housing for the students. The professors were deified, but the students were expected to live Spartan lives in a secular cloister. Straight out of the ideas of Palladio, his hero architect, Jefferson ranged the students in barrack-like housing. Today, this housing is reserved for the university's graduating honor students. Their privilege it is to take their ablutions in the historical conveniences. Jefferson's serpentine brick walls separate gardens from pathways that lead to the lawn. The curving form permitted the walls to be built only one brick wide, a significant economy. At the top of the lawn was the rotunda, the university's library. It was a half-scaled version of the Pantheon in Rome. The rotunda was not devoted to the worship of ancient gods, or even to a singular religion. It celebrated the common purpose of the university village, learning. The domed interior formed a great reading room. The symbolic space was left open, encircled by a pantheon of books. As a library that took the form of an ancient Roman temple that had been later converted to use as a church, Jefferson's rotunda made it clear that the worldliness of learning, rather than the spirituality of religion, was the symbolic heart of university life. Yet one asks, why classicism at the dawn of such a new enterprise? Jefferson wanted to root the American experience in a past that it never had, that we never had, to go back in time, as far back as you could imagine, to the cradle of Western humanism and Western civilization. Students would learn the language of classical architecture from buildings, not only from books. When they left the university, they would use that language to build a new Rome in America, a new classical civilization. Jefferson wanted the university's graduates to go west and create what he called an empire for liberty. To foster this dream of democratic empire, Jefferson opened his campus to the unsettled West.
Jefferson's decision to locate the new University of Virginia in the country was a reaction to his own experience at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. Jefferson felt that the daily life of the town compromised the academic life of the college. Like the College of William and Mary, Yale College was established in a town rather than the country. When New Haven turned into an industrial city, Yale built a wall of Gothic buildings to preserve the campus as a place apart. Connecticut Hall was the only colonial building to survive. Yale was determined to identify with the ancient universities of Oxford and Cambridge. In the 20th century, the university hired the architect James Gamble Rogers to give form to Yale's quest for an English medieval past. Moats and heavily gated entrances protected the courtyards of the Memorial Quadrangle, begun in 1917. Rogers wanted the weathered appearance of Gothic architecture. Intimate courtyards fulfilled Yale's ideal of college life. They also gave Yale a past it never had, and that England had never had. Rogers sacrificed historical accuracy for the desired effect. The buildings were framed in steel. Slate roofs were actually of ceramic tile. They looked better than the real thing, at least according to Rogers. The only hint of the university's real past was the use of aged brick, some of it from Yale's own demolished buildings. The leaded windows had irregular panes. These suggested repairs from the pre-industrial era, when glass was scarce and lead was cheap. The sculpted heights of Harkness Tower dominated the Great Lawn, the center of Rogers' masterful layout. The medieval romance of the courtyard, for all its picturesque effects, was disciplined to a rigorously classical plan. Even Yale's Bulldog had its day. Baronial dining halls were the focus of student life. Mrs. Stephen V. Harkness paid for the first residential quadrangle. In the 1930s, her son Edward financed the construction of a virtual city of introspective courtyards and soaring towers. At Davenport College, the Gothic street facade melts away into a Georgian courtyard. Rogers never hesitated to mix and match centuries in his effort to give Yale a usable past. He took students on a journey through centuries of architectural history, which took little more than a decade to build. Rivaling the Harkness Tower was the Gothic mass of the gymnasium. Completed in 1932, the Payne-Whitney Gymnasium was built to be the largest and the best equipped athletic facility in the world. Its architect, John Russell Pope, unabashedly appropriated the spiritual architecture of the medieval era to serve the body-bound religion of the 20th century. Physical training was elevated to the level of Gothic spirituality. Instead of statues of saints, the gymnasium's nave had carvings of athletes. In this cathedral of sweat, rose windows illuminate heavenly bodies. Whatever the style, Yale's quadrangles were a compromise between a pastoral ideal and an urban reality. They served up only a slice of Arcadia. St. Paul's, a private secondary school, didn't have to compromise. Dr. George Cheney Shattuck founded the school in 1855 on 1,300 acres of wooded countryside outside Concord, New Hampshire. In the wake of Civil War prosperity, the school blossomed. The focus was a lavishly crafted Gothic chapel designed in 1886 by the English-born architect Henry Vaughan. The chapel evoked America's English past, but it faces a typical New England village green. In 1927, the school applied the Gothic style to a powerhouse.
How Henry Adams would have smiled. Adams, the 19th century historian and philosopher, had posed the dynamo and the Virgin as two opposite poles of modern life. The Virgin representing the medieval world, whole, complete, focused on a God, an otherness of spirituality, a community. The dynamo represented the diffusion, confusion, stratification, the energy and the tensions of modern life. When Dr. Shattuck founded St. Paul's in 1855, his dream was a simple one, to escape into a rural Arcadia away from the industrialization of mid-19th century New England. The chapel by Henry Vaughan is more beautiful perhaps even than any in England. The schoolhouse of 1937 by James Gamble Rogers picks up on themes based at Yale. In the 1950s and 60s and since, the dream has become diffuse. The beliefs have fractured. The world is more complex at St. Paul's, more like the world that Shattuck tried to escape. The architecture reflects that diffusion. True, there is still red brick, there are still simple shapes, there is still an intimate scale to the place. But the new buildings recall not the Gothic world, but the world of industrial architecture of New England. Medieval and modern married together to form a complex whole in this small school in New England. The architectural firm of Hardy, Holtzman, and Pfeiffer has stripped the industrial architecture of its grim associations to create a romantic setting for dance and music. St. Paul's Gothic dream had been challenged 70 years earlier. While the school's chapel symbolizes medieval spirituality, Ernest Flagg's Sheldon Library of 1901 confronts it across the pond with a classical view of science and reason. At the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, Flagg's monumental classicism flaunted the arts and sciences of war. Flagg scaled the Academy to America's new oceanic empire. As designed in 1900, the Academy's campus made it clear to all that America had become a world power. It was based on the French military academy, l'École Militaire in Paris. In the Spanish-American War, the Navy had won an oceanic empire for America. Flagg gave the naval heroes a setting of imperial splendor. Flagg's classicism was distinctly modern. He reinvigorated historical forms by using modern technology. Steel roof trusses stretch over the cavernous gymnasium. Granite is machine cut into crisp cornered blocks. The Naval Academy was the fullest expression of classical reason in a campus since the University of Virginia. But Flagg's was a military academy, not a university. While a lawn is the center of Jefferson's campus, the academy required a blazing white parade ground. Years later, the Academy's architecture was not nearly modern enough. Technology was an end in itself for Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, the designer of the Illinois Institute of Technology, widely known as IIT. The limits of the Miesian approach have been identified by the critic, Charles Jenks. What is actually the problem with IIT as you see it?
Well, it's, for me, a symbol of the way modern architecture failed to reach the public, failed to be understandable.
Well, are you sure that architecture is supposed to be like a road map? Perhaps Mies's dream was a dream of making a new university like Jefferson's Virginia, but done in terms of 20th century technology. Here in Chicago, an argument might be made that that's an appropriate thing. This is a city of industrial realities, a gridded city, a city of some toughness. The south side of Chicago is not exactly Arcadia.
I agree that it does communicate its industrial quality. And indeed, modern architecture, if it has one metaphor behind it, is that it's built like a machine. Although the building behind us is quite beautiful in certain ways, people can't tell if it's an administration building, the president's house, or a temple for architects, which is what it happens to be in.
Well, doesn't this temple front here, this great crown hall, let you know who's really running the show? Look inside. There are those architects, priests of the new technocracy, drawing brick upon brick upon brick. Isn't that what it's all about?
No, I must say that I think it's wrong to make the architects, to give the architects the temple, the black funereal temple, because the architects are not worshipped by any other profession except by architects, really, and they're not the most important people on this campus. So there's a lack of a proper hierarchy in his meaning system, if you like. And that's basically the ultimate fault of modern architecture, is it's always conveying the wrong messages on that level. And I found that this kind of language simply can't do it. It's too stripped down. It's too technological.
What happened here? Where is the classicism? Is there any classicism?
Well, certainly it relates to the classical tradition in the sense that it's laid out on a grid and there's a kind of bay rhythm. But it's not a deeper classicism, which relates to both the meaning of the building, what type is it for, what use is it for, and how does it relate to the body and the past. In a fuller classical language, those meanings were all communicated. And so it's a kind of stripped classicism, a classicism which substitutes this I-beam in the shape of an I, you see it all along here, for the Doric column. That's what, in fact, Mies was trying to do, invent anew the Doric column. The only problem is that people didn't follow him, and his Doric column was too simplified, too technological. It wasn't based on those other meanings.
What about the fact that these buildings sit in such a casual way to each other? That doesn't seem very classical to me. I mean, if you compare this campus with the University of Virginia by Jefferson, with its great lawn and its symbolic Pantheon library ahead, where is the center here? Is the center important? Even though this wonderful temple-like architecture building leads you out in a great axial way to absolutely nothing, as near to a blank wall across the way as anything I can imagine, and a great blockbuster of a slab behind it.
Well, certainly this campus is very anonymous, and that's been one of the attacks on modern architecture, is that it gives you no sense of identity, no sense of a past, no sense of your place in time, no sense of what culture you belong to. You could be in any place in the world, in any airport, lounge. And it seems to me that that attack on modern architecture is quite valid.
Yet IIT was the first manifestation of Mies's dream of making a great campus in which technology would substitute for the classical language. It was an argument that the dynamo had replaced the Virgin as the impetus of modern life.
Well, oh, that it had been the dynamo that had replaced the Virgin. At least we would have had something. But here it's a kind of agnosticism that's replaced the Virgin. When I came here maybe 15 years ago and saw the campus and realized that although it was a beautiful campus in many ways, people really couldn't understand what's happening inside the different buildings and what they're used for. And it suddenly struck me that this represented a general failure of much modern architecture. You can't tell, for instance, the church here from the boiler house. And the boiler house looks very much like a church because it's got a campanile, it's got clerestory windows, and in effect, an aisle. Frankly, you can't tell really what the center of the campus is. There is no center. You can't tell the most important buildings. There's a total breakdown of the value system of architecture in terms of communicating public values.
Mies put people up in towers right on this campus that don't evoke house-like forms, but machine forms, or the technology of machines.
I agree with you, Bob. The part I like about it is its industrial realism and the fact that it tries, by using the language of the surrounding area, to be continuous with that vernacular. So I'm not against the use of industrial images and a few industrial parts. In fact, I would argue for a mixture of industrial language and, if you like, the classical language, because I think we have to relate to the surrounding area and society. So I'm not against the embracing this noisy industrial environment in a way. I don't want to have a cloister completely turned...
Speak up while the train goes by, please.
Turned away from reality. I think that's the wrong approach for campuses.
But the American campus has always turned away from reality. It has always been an ideal place apart. This is why the campus is so compelling. Following World War II, business left the city to create ideal villages in the country, corporate campuses. The General Motors Technical Center, begun in 1946, was one of the first. In a twist of logic, GM's escape from the industrial environment was based on IIT, the campus that looked most like a factory. Eero Saarinen, the architect, souped up the Miesian vocabulary with brightly colored exterior walls and slickly finished materials. Not surprisingly, the Tech Center reflected the style-conscious tastes and marketing requirements of America's mightiest corporation. The Tech Center was a promotional stage set. Monumental sculpture might have gone, Saarinen placed a stainless steel water tower. The ornamental lake served the eminently practical function of water recirculation for the center's vast air conditioning system. GM's stylist, Harley Earl, was the Cecil B. DeMille of consumerism. In his hands, the automobile became a fashion item. In a flurry of structural exhibitionism, cables and turnbuckles replaced traditional ornament. Lobbies and staircases were treated as movie sound stages, upon which a summons to a staff meeting culminated the daily drama. As in Jefferson's academical village, the Tech Center's symbolic focus was a dome. Instead of a library, it was a styling auditorium. For Jefferson, form followed philosophy. For Saarinen, poet pragmatist of middle American dreams, form followed fantasy. In the 1950s, corporate life represented American values. Many Americans went along with Charles E. Wilson, president of General Motors, who said, "What's good for General Motors is good for America." Corporate modernism was patriotic. It symbolized the technological mastery of the new superpower. The jet fighters of the United States Air Force were functional, up to date. Their newly found academy had to be just as modern. For their campus in Colorado Springs, the Air Force chose the corporate architects par excellence, Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill. Frank Lloyd Wright, who had proposed his own design, condemned the new academy.
I think I ought to tell the truth. And the truth is that the concept of the thing, to me, is wrong. Commercialization has eaten pretty deep into our architectural inspiration already, and here it seems to have gone the limit. And what we have is not something to inspire the youth of America or to be the pride of the nation for the next 300 years, but something that might very well serve for a wayside market, something connected with a commercial enterprise, and it's in the wrong place. It should have been identified with the scenery, with the beautiful setting, which it has completely ignored. And what you have is rather a depressing circumstance in the name of modern architecture rather than a great uplift and something truly inspiring. Well, I guess that's about all, isn't it?
Skidmore's chief designer for the project, Walter Netsch, set the academy down on a powerfully massed podium. The rough concrete surface was crisscrossed by a grid of 1 foot wide marble paths. The Air Force Academy was an instant institution, awaiting the creation of instant traditions. The grid inspired a unique tradition. Freshman cadets must walk the line. The ideal of military and industrial precision was carried about as far as it could go. Not only do students toe the grid, they eat off it as well. Mitchell Hall is a huge feeding factory where serving lunch to 4,000 cadets is a 25-minute nutritional miracle. The Academy's buildings, like those at GM Tech, were slicked-up versions of IIT. However, Netsch tried to transcend the limitations of the industrial aesthetic in at least one building, the chapel. The traditional style for churches, the Gothic, was modernized. Netsch struggled to create a spiritual place out of steel, aluminum, and glass. Inside, colored glass windows and pews shaped like propellers achieve a strange fusion. But the Air Force wanted a sense of tradition and of spectacle. They called on Cecil B. DeMille to help design the uniforms and the pageantry. To witness a parade is to imagine the chocolate soldier lost in Buck Rogers' 25th century. Yet the Academy's pageantry does create a convincing sense of place. In the 1960s, Walter Netsch got a second chance to design a campus, the University of Illinois in Chicago. The director of the School of Architecture at this campus is Stanley Tigerman. A former assistant to Netsch, Tigerman now also heads his own architectural firm.
I think this place is more a landscape of the moon than a landscape of a place. Maybe that's the ultimate dream. Maybe that's the 21st century dream.
Well, what it's about in another way is geometry. Geometry as an answer all by itself. There are two kinds of architecture or geometry at work. One is the neo-Miesian grid, which you see throughout the campus in a way. Another is a kind of rotation of that into this sort of incredible schizophrenic kind of building. Netsch felt that by rotating the square 45 degrees, he had come upon a new breakthrough. And it was called at that time by the leading journalists, many of whom are still there, architectural journalists, the new geometry. I think the problem with places like this, when you remove yourself from the wonderful city, the wonderful architecture that's just out there, when you remove yourself from the fabric of the neighborhood which this destroyed and replaced, what you're left with is your own particular idiosyncratic dream, and that's what was built.
As if it wasn't bad enough that the buildings look like office buildings in a corporate office park, the roadway system, or rather the walkway system, elevated this way, brings the highway right into the heart of what might have been an Arcadian dream. And what a highway it is, Stanley. Who designed this? It's a bit big, don't you think? A little overscaled, perhaps?
Well, I've never liked upper walkways anyway. The whole idea of being separated from nature, what little or precious little Arcadian visions there are, now are only seen popping up in the voided center.
Eyeball to eyeball with the tree.
Exactly. It's a problem, and the whole idea of separating people out, dividing them into two, rather, through this device is not so great.
Netsch believed in circulation above all. As if the campus were an interchange, it had ramps and overpasses, but no place to go.
Well, what do you think of our double helix method of crossing a street, Bob?
Well, I didn't know that Busby Berkeley went to college at the University of Illinois.
I thought you were interested more in Fred Astaire.
Well, it's Fred and Ginger, Busby Berkeley. What difference does it make? It certainly doesn't look like a way to get across the street has been as directly handled as possible.
Yeah, it's an interesting method of sort of exaggerating a way of doing such things, all on behalf of architecture.
The campus used to be called the University of Illinois at Chicago Circle. Perhaps the bureaucrats who named a university after a traffic circle got the architecture they deserved. Netsch skewed the campus's grid to single out the art and architecture building. In theory, it is an elegant geometric exercise. But in reality, the building is twisted and brutal.
Stanley, if the architecture school is like a gun emplacement in a fort, and given that the campus itself has a kind of siege mentality, is there any hope? Is there any dream possible, or is it all nightmare?
Yeah, there is a move underfoot by the students of the architecture school, working with faculty, to develop typologies, studies in housing, ringing the campus, which would become a kind of transition between the wonderful architecture of the city and the place of learning, such that the students would be that transition zone. So you would have the memory of the city on the one hand in that sort of thin wall, which would then define a precinct which would be more of the university as opposed to freestanding buildings in a campus plan with no fabric to sort of relate it to.
What you're saying is we have to put back the dream. We have to rebuild the city that was taken out in this insane process of clearing. In the 1950s, Yale, like so many universities, was torn between technology and tradition in architecture. Unlike so many universities, Yale decided to hold on to its Gothic dream. Eero Saarinen, fresh from his triumph at GM Tech Center, was commissioned to create 2 new residential colleges, Morse and Stiles. The choice of Saarinen seems paradoxical. Why hire a modernist to build a Gothic college? Yet Saarinen, who was an alumnus, proved to be a brilliant choice. He believed in what he called the style for the job, that a building should suit its function and its context. Vincent Scully, the architectural historian, is a former master of Morse College. I think the most successful part is this path that goes between the 2 colleges that connects Pope's Cathedral of Sweat with the main Yale campus.
Well, it certainly does focus beautifully on that tower, and it represents a kind of breakthrough from that point of view that he really is trying to get his buildings to enter into a dialogue with those other forms.
Well, I think he tried to do it slightly on the cheap. He probably had to do it on the cheap.
Yeah.
And it ends up looking a bit like Adobe.
Yeah.
I think the Gothic of Saarinen's is wonderful not only because it emulates the towers, though that's certainly its most important feature, but also because it captures the courtyard spirit, the shaping of space, and even to some extent, the way the buildings, the old buildings were built.
It was a beginning toward picking up that dialogue with the past, which architecture is all about.
It seems to me that the very best thing about the Saarinen colleges are the courtyards, the real sense of space that he achieved against all the slabs and anonymity of modernism. They really do define spaces for action, and they do really make a convincing statement about collegiality and groups gathering together.
That's right, and that was very unusual in modern architecture up to that time. But it's because he looked at the old colleges. He saw that the old colleges were contained volumes of space. But what he didn't like about them was that they were quadrangles, which kept the citizens of New Haven out of every block. So he wanted to have these open on the diagonal, so everybody could walk right through. And as you know, he died before they were completed, and his widow, Aline Saarinen, fought the administration to have no gates, ever. He didn't want gates, and she didn't want them. She lost, but they agreed to keep the gates open all the time. Now, of course, they're locked all the time. It's a sad story. They're locked for security.
One of the things that's least convincing about the college is the giant meadow muffins in concrete that dot the place.
They're pretty bad, because they don't have any of sculpture's quality of acting upon the environment. They're like an excrescence in the environment. That's why the lipstick is so great. We put that in there in '74.
Is the lipstick an act of defiance or hope?
Oh, it's an act of joy, and as Oldenburg says, it turns on the sky.
Traditionally, courtyards are made of low buildings that wrap around. And while there are low buildings here, there are also towers.
Yeah.
It seems to me a very American thing to have these towers defining space.
Apparently, Aero came out here and flew balloons at various heights. And he'd let some go up, and he'd pull some down to try to get the heights of the towers. So the height of every tower was arrived at empirically and purely visually. The number of floors or rooms they have are determined by the visual character of its height.
Saarinen was always an iconoclast. He was not functionalist or structuralist, but visual in his orientation.
Well, he does, I think it's a very nice stage set. Rudolph used to say it was a stage set for Ivanhoe.
The redwood forest of Santa Cruz, California, provides the natural setting for another version of the college drama. Charles Moore and William Turnbull's Kresge College is built around a quarter-mile-long twisting pedestrian street. It is rich in half-forgotten memories of Italy, Spain, and Mexico. The paint box colors and paper-thin walls evoke a Hollywood movie set, more real than a real hill town. Moore is joking, yet his village does achieve a sense of place. He didn't have the grand theme of a library like Jefferson had, so he monumentalized the mundane. Fittingly, the laundromat is the village center, just beneath the faculty offices. Kresge College is the perfect setting for Moore's conception of college life. Moore sees college as an urgently important four-year-long operetta. Hardly anything could be further from light opera than the ragged edge of downtown Los Angeles. Here, in 1981, Frank Gehry was commissioned to design a law school for Loyola Marymount University.
The Loyola Law School is part of the Jesuit University, and they have a larger campus out by the airport. And the law school has been somewhat estranged, and they've been located in an old building in downtown, near downtown Los Angeles, the old building on the other side here. And when I met with the client group, the students and the faculty, and talked about what they had in mind, it became clear that they were looking for a place to study the law, an architectural expression that related in some way, symbolically, to what they were about here. That sent me to the history books about law, trying to find the essence of what they were talking about. Coincidentally, I visited Rome and rediscovered the Roman Forum. Roman Forum with its bits and pieces of columns, stone fragments of marble, and historic elements. I wanted to make a place that they could identify with and also fit it into the fabric of the neighborhood and make buildings that fit into the scale of the community and that didn't push the community. We didn't have a large amount of money to build this, and that also was very interesting, led me to using the simpler materials, stucco, galvanized metal, plywood from Finland, which will stand the weather, I hope. And we made the chapel out of that. So the chapel is treated like a piece of furniture, and it's polished regularly like a piece of furniture, which I think is very appropriate for a chapel at a Jesuit college. The tree on a mound is like another building, and the landscape is treated like fragments, just like the columns. So there's an agglomeration of pieces that are detached from the buildings and that become part of the still life.
Of course, from my point of view, this is a complex of buildings that is both modern and very, very traditional. Your interpretations of classical buildings, the temple forms, for example, or the traditional church form, are made in such a way that we have to put it together in our heads. It's a fragmented conception at best.
I see the elements as disconnected. I don't see them as frontal representations of columns and pediments. My way of looking at it is seeing pieces of a column against a brick, against a stairway, and the layering of those parts. I concentrated the drama and the excitement inwardly into this courtyard and used the larger building, the Burns building, as a stage set, if you will.
People look very good in this space. They seem to, they work as actors in the space. The students seem to fit and know how to act out their parts.
I've noticed a great difference in their attitude since the old, I mean, just having a nice new campus helps, but having a place is really interesting to watch them fit into it. They sit and talk around the columns like they would in the Roman Forum. They really play the part. They become part of it. They use it as part of their education. And I think that's...
They're proud of it.
Thomas Jefferson's academical village for the University of Virginia was a model for the cultural conquest of the American continent. Today there is a new frontier, the concrete jungle of our cities, and the struggle must be made to clear oases of civility within those jungles. Loyola campus by Frank Gehry is one small model of excellence for that. It combines the dream of the past with the materials and the problems of today. It struggles to make cities our own once again.
Stay tuned for word on how to order Pride of Place in book form from TV 12. And don't miss a special stereo broadcast of Placido Domingo singing Zarzuela tomorrow night at 9 here on TV 12.
Pride of Place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The companion book to Pride of Place is available from TV 12 if you call the number you see on the screen. It's lavishly illustrated with 384 pages that include the historic homes, state houses, museums, and skyscrapers seen in the series. We invite you to experience Audi, the art of engineering.
Pride of Place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
America's early settlers scratched their buildings together. They made do with local materials and used crude building techniques to assemble their houses as economically and quickly as possible. The colonial salt box can hardly be called architecture at all. It is merely shelter. Its every feature designed to protect the householders from the harsh elements. This house was built in the 1680s in East Hampton, New York. Today, we are able to see it as more than shelter because we have laundered it of the grim realities of pioneer life in colonial America. This house inspired a popular ballad written in 1823. Paine never owned a home himself, and he lived in London. But he is best remembered for creating a myth about his humble American past. At the beginning of the 20th century, wealthy summer colonists restored Home Sweet Home as a shrine to the American family and to the mythological version of America's colonial past. This house is the opposite of Home Sweet Home. It strips us of any sentimental illusions we might have. Instead of a name, it has a number, House 6. Built in 1976, House 6 tries to stand outside of history. It is an abstract monologue offered by its architect, Peter Eisenman, an obsessive dream of architecture as pure idea. Peter, am I upside down or right side up? At House 6, mathematics triumphs over daily living. A column rams into the dining table, permanently interrupting mealtime conversation. This house is a confrontation between illusion and reality. Top and bottom are interchangeable. A stairway to nowhere forms the canopy overhead. You've rather turned 5,000 years of culture upside down, it seems to me.
Well, I think that architects have traditionally been very slow to understand that culture has been turned upside down all by itself. When we have science fiction movies, the people from Mars come down and they speak in mathematical terms. They speak in mathematical terms because it's a universal language. This house, in a sense, speaks in mathematical terms that Martians could understand. What that's saying is that you don't have to be from the elite of society. You don't have to know architectural history, cultural history, social history. You just have to come and experience the house. This is a house that any man could understand and be sensitive to because it speaks in universal terms. It's a very simple house, theoretically. You can see from the model all of these cuts. The light just doesn't come in traditional windows. It comes through cuts which fracture each one of the rooms. And each room, we can look here. As we look up, we can look into the bedroom. We can look from the bedroom down into the living room. We can look from the bathroom into the kitchen. There are untraditional views. It's like you are in a room and you're looking from the room as if it were outside another room and into another room. The traditional enclosures have been fractured and broken. Equally, another thing, the fracturing destabilizes the notion of enclosure. It also destabilizes the notion of where the ground plane is. If you see this red staircase here and the green staircase, they are merely an inversion of one another. And in fact, there is no real red staircase. It's only there to say that the house could be easily turned upside down, and it has no real rooted relationship to the ground. It has no base. It doesn't sit on a plinth as traditional architecture. And that's what I'm talking about. It doesn't speak in the classical conventions that only the learned and the elite understand. It is a house for every man. That's exactly what I'm saying. And it speaks to the America of today, not to the patrician America of 2 centuries ago.
Whether for every man or every Martian, House 6 is most compelling as a dream monologue of the subconscious.
Like a column. So a door turns into a column, but allows us to get in. See, as the column is the door, so the floor turns into the absence of a column, a slot between the beds.
At House 6, Osman replaces our traditional notion of home with a mathematical puzzle. This American dream house celebrates geometry. It celebrates perception and the architect's own psyche. The one thing it does not celebrate is the sense of place. Many rich and famous Americans have hired architects to ghostwrite their autobiographies in brick and mortar. Sometimes they have even convinced themselves that they were the architect. In 1874, the author, Samuel Clemens, commissioned the architect Edward T. Potter to design a 20-room mansion in Hartford, Connecticut. Potter did his job so well that within 3 years, Clemens had convinced himself that he was the real architect of the house, publishing a poem proclaiming, "This is the sunny and snug retreat, at once both city and country seat, where the author, architect, humorist, the auctioneer and dramatist, who lives in the house that Mark built." Upstairs, Clemens became the raffish Mark Twain, author of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. Twain did his writing on the 3rd floor, where he could gaze out at the New England countryside from the deck of his landlocked Mississippi paddle steamer. At the end of the 19th century, Americans wanted a new kind of portrait house. They wanted to appropriate the art and architecture of Europe. Not only would they rewrite history by forgetting the realities of the colonial past, they would forget the industrial present as well. Fenway Court was a Venetian palazzo turned outside in. This courtyard was a refuge from Boston's cruel winters and 19th century industrialization. The severe exterior gave no hint of the luxurious interior. Above a lushly planted garden, pink and white mottled walls simulated the effect of light reflected from Venetian canals. But the stones of Venice were not the only treasures. Surrounding the courtyard, there were galleries brimming over with paintings by the old masters. The collection included paintings by Holbein, Rembrandt, Piero della Francesca, Titian, and Vermeer. Fenway Court's charismatic creator was Isabella Stewart Gardner, whose collection also contained new American art, including John Singer Sargent's daring portrait of her. Another painting by Sargent was in the Spanish cloister, where a newly designed Moorish arch was carried on original medieval columns to create the scenographics that Mrs. Gardner loved so much. Gardner relied on the expert advice of the young art historian, Bernard Berenson, in deciding what to buy for her Boston palace. But when it came to designing her palace, it was Gardner herself who decided how to put it all together. She treated her architects, Willard T. Sears and Edward Nichols, like so many draftsmen and engineers, by insisting that the palace be built her way. Frequently, she bypassed her architects altogether, working side by side with the builders and showing them exactly how she wanted things done. Gardner lived at Fenway Court from its completion in 1903 until her death in 1924. Yet from the first, it was planned as a museum to be open to the public. Fenway Court remains a monument to the obsessive vision, taste, and will of Mrs. Jack. The mangrove swamps of southern Florida were the setting for a Chicago millionaire's retreat from reality. Beginning in 1910, James Deering created a dream world, Vizcaya. Deering's architect, F. Burrow Hoffman, designed a 70-room Italian villa. Hoffman built a structure to contain the architectural fragments and furnishings that Deering had collected. Deering provided the money. The artist and scholar turned decorator Paul Chalfin provided the taste. Deering and Chalfin agreed that Vizcaya should resemble an Italian Renaissance palace that had been lived in for hundreds of years. The interior's opulence and sense of history was complemented by the gardens of the estate. Diego Suarez, a landscape architect trained in Italy, carved out 10 acres of formal gardens from the mangrove swamp. He created a fantastic place, one that included pools, fountains, and grottos. To protect Deering's dream world from the open sea, Suarez planned a stone barge. It served as a breakwater for the estate's private harbor, which had been dredged to receive ocean-going yachts. Deering's greatest pleasure was in the making of his dream world, not in living there. Deering came to Vizcaya for 3 or 4 months a year, surrounded by his beautiful dream, but leading what his visitors considered a very dull life. One of them summed it up. The whole place was magic. Everything except poor Mr. Deering. There was not a magic thing about him. Marion Davies, the young Ziegfeld Follies star, came to Vizcaya to escape from the clutches of a far more colorful millionaire, the newspaper czar, William Randolph Hearst. Eventually, Hearst won the heart of Marion Davies and built her a palace that surpassed Vizcaya in luxury and scale. Welcome to the ranch. William Randolph Hearst's ranch, San Simeon, set 1,600 feet above the Pacific Ocean on 250,000 acres of land, about half the size of the state of Rhode Island. A ranch fit for a king. San Simeon was like nothing ever built before. Hearst's father, who first struck it rich in silver from the Comstock lode, left him a fortune. Hearst's mother gave him his passionate aesthetic ambition. On a visit to the Louvre Museum in Paris, 10-year-old Willie Hearst said, "Buy it for me, Mom. We can afford it." Hearst never lost his passion for possession. At San Simeon, Christmas came every day for Hearst and his glamorous companion, Marion Davies. Just after his mother's death in 1919, Hearst began work on San Simeon. To provide a framework for his architectural lute, Hearst employed his mother's favorite architect, Julia Morgan. But in 1937, even Hearst's fortune was spent. The last window frames were never even uncrated. Their rough outlines were gaping holes in a bare concrete wall, a monument to an incomplete dream. Hearst's first idea had been much simpler. He asked Morgan for a Japo-Swisso bungalow, and she gave it to him, at least in the gable above the main entrance. But Morgan saw San Simeon as the opportunity to design a distinctly Californian place. She was inspired by the Spanish colonial revival buildings that Bertrand Goodhue designed for the 1915 World's Fair in San Diego. It took a collage of the San Diego World's Fair and some of America's greatest dream houses, including Vizcaya, to recreate the magnificence of the real San Simeon for Orson Welles' fictional biography of Hearst. The film, Citizen Kane. At San Simeon, truth was even more extraordinary than fiction. Hearst and Davies presided over a wonderful galaxy of stars, not only from Hollywood, but kings and queens and politicians. It was a real 20th century court. The design muddled the sacred and the profane. In the refectory, the banners of 13th century Siena hung above 15th century choir stalls. Despite the splendor of the room, the cuisine was real down home, with paper napkins on the table and catsup served from the bottle. You must remember that Hearst never wanted the house to be known as the castle. To him, it was a ranch. Hearst wanted to recall his boyhood years before he built the castle, when he had enjoyed the simple pleasures of ranch life. Some ranch. Guests could splash about an indoor Roman pool. It was illuminated by alabaster torchairs, surrounded by classical statuary, and lined by mosaics made of blue glass and gold leaf. Another playroom was equally sumptuous. A 15th century Spanish ceiling and a mille fleur hunting tapestry provided the setting for billiards. Hearst had failed in his political career, but ruled his empire of newspapers, magazines, radio stations, and film companies from San Simeon. This bedroom was an afterthought. The towers were already finished when Hearst insisted that the celestial suite be built in them. Like so much of San Simeon, the towers were torn down and put up again. Hearst demanded to have a room at the top. From here, he could gaze out over his hilltop village, clustered around the base of his ranch house cathedral, the ultimate in arrogance. Morgan brilliantly incorporated Hearst's vast and rambling collection of architectural fragments. She combined the found and the commissioned, the genuine and the ersatz, to create a compelling composition. Julia Morgan's career has been studied by the architect, Susanna Torre.
San Simeon is the single most visited and probably the most extraordinary commission done by a woman architect in the United States.
You have to consider that Julia Morgan was, in fact, a very exceptional person. Do you realize how many firsts she scored? She was the first woman to be admitted to the College of Engineering at Berkeley and the first one to get a degree, and she was also the first one to be admitted to the École des Beaux-Arts. And yet, in spite of these and many other accomplishments during her life, oftentimes she faced solid prejudice.
She did have Phoebe Apperson Hearst to help her and to support her when she was in Paris and when she came back to California.
Phoebe Hearst did encourage Julia Morgan to set up her own practice and open a number of extremely important social doors, which resulted in incredibly important commissions throughout her life. In fact, it is estimated that she built between 700 and 800 buildings.
Which would make her more prolific, probably, even than Frank Lloyd Wright.
That is correct.
Julia Morgan would have smiled, it seems to me, to know that her castle here on the hill at San Simeon was the single most widely known work by a woman architect, probably anywhere.
Her greatest contribution in San Simeon, I feel, is the fact that from the inception of the project, she was able to devise a structure for the place that over 17 years of construction could still feel like a hall. In fact, the terracing, the disposition of the main house, the relationship of the guest houses to the main house, the orientation of the buildings are orchestrated, shall we say, in a way in which the place and the land and the views are taken most advantage of.
San Simeon was built as a private realm, a pleasure ground for William Randolph Hearst and his inamorata, Marion Davies. Today, San Simeon is a public place, the second biggest tourist attraction in California, just after Disneyland. Few American dream houses have been dedicated to higher public ideals than Aline Barnsdall's Hollyhock House on Olive Hill in Los Angeles, California. In 1915, Barnsdall decided to dedicate her life to building a community that would raise American theater from mere entertainment to the level of art. Barnsdall's architect, Frank Lloyd Wright, wondered whether his wealthy, well-traveled client would ever be able to settle down long enough to realize her goals. He assessed her character as neither neo, quasi, nor pseudo. She was as near American as any Indian, as developed and traveled in appreciation of beauty as any European, as domestic as a shooting star. In his design, Wright strove to give Barnsdall a house where she could put down roots and take her place on the American continent.
Wright tried to unify two seeming irreconcilables, the coziness of a suburban cottage with the monumentality of an ancient temple. Earth, air, fire, and water were disciplined by Wright into a geometric embrace. If Hollyhock House was a temple dedicated to the continent, it was also a portrait of its owner. The dynamic forms of the mantelpiece were intended to evoke the surrounding landscape and Barnsdall's restless personality. Wright used Barnsdall's beloved hollyhock, her favorite flower, as the inspiration for abstract decorative elements. Wright called his improvisation of Spanish colonial and ancient Mayan architecture a California romanza. When the house was completed in 1921, it was clear that Hollywood was fertile ground, not for theater, but for a new art form, the movies. Hollyhock never fulfilled Barnsdall's dreams of a community of artists. She only lived here for a few years. Then she gave the complex away to the citizens of Los Angeles. The only theater built on Olive Hill was the house itself, where the galleries surrounded a central court, like the balconies of a theater set above a stage. This Greek theater is part of Cranbrook, a community dedicated to the arts in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Barnsdall never completed her dream, but George G. Booth, a Detroit newspaper publisher, did. Cranbrook House, designed by Albert Kahn, was built for Booth and his wife, Ellen Scripps. Their house was the first building in the village that they would soon build around it. Booth named the estate after Cranbrook, England, his ancestral home. His grandfather and great-grandfather had both been craftsmen in the old Cranbrook, and in the new Cranbrook, craft was considered a spiritual good. Pre-industrial methods were used to build the Gothic-style Christ Church Cranbrook in 1925, designed by Bertram Goodhue. But it was the Finnish architect, Eliel Saarinen, who would articulate Booth's dream of a community with a purpose. Saarinen had come to America for only a brief sojourn, but because of Booth, he remained in the United States for the most creative years of his career. Saarinen presented the Booths with a master plan for Cranbrook in 1925. He took the medieval architecture of Cranbrook House and Christ Church as his starting point for an artist village of housing, studios, schools, and museums. By mixing materials and styles, Saarinen invented a place that looked as if it had been built over centuries. Saarinen offered modern interpretations of forms inspired by the Middle Ages and those from the classical tradition. Cranbrook was a communal collaboration. It included Booth's son Henry, who was also an architect. Saarinen invited master craftsmen and artists to come to Cranbrook to teach and to embellish the buildings with ornament and sculpture.
Opened in 1927, the Cranbrook School for Boys was Saarinen's first completed commission in America. In the dining hall, Saarinen distilled the classical and the medieval to create a new old place. Nobody ever came to Cranbrook for the food. But who needs gourmet cooking when you can dine on the stuff of dreams? Later, Saarinen completed the Kingswood School for Girls at Cranbrook. Here, he gave Cranbrook's modern traditionalism a distinctly Midwestern, American flavor. Kingswood was Saarinen's tribute to the prairie architecture of Frank Lloyd Wright. The Kingswood School was clearly inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright's own house, Taliesin in Wisconsin. Saarinen used the low-hipped roofs, overlapping eaves, and horizontal lines developed by Wright. Yet if he borrowed from the American heartland, he also explored the latest European developments. The telescoping columns had their origins in German Expressionism. The carpets and textiles in the Kingswood School's interiors were designed by Saarinen's wife, Loya, who taught at Cranbrook. Carl Millis, a Swedish sculptor, was on the faculty at Cranbrook for 2 decades. The figures of his Triton pool are virtually the only relief from the abstract austerity of Saarinen's last Cranbrook project. Saarinen's son, Eero, a talented architect in his own right, collaborated with his father on the Art Academy Library and Museum. Only the bones of classical architecture are left. Designed in 1938, it breaks with the mood of the school buildings to create a severe, strangely ominous place. This last Cranbrook design of Saarinen's shattered the insulated dream world. In this context, Millis's Orpheus Fountain seems a premonition of the agonies of global conflict. In Gloucester, Massachusetts, Henry Davis Sleeper built his dream house, Beauport. Sleeper used his house to tell an anecdotal version of American history, enlivening it with references to his family and heroes. Buried within it is the original vernacular cottage, which Sleeper built in 1907. The profusion of chimneys and gables only begins to hint at the jumbled, rambling narrative that Sleeper crammed inside. Sleeper's mania to tell his story in every detail forced the house to grow like Topsy from the inside out. Sleeper took every opportunity, no matter how minute, to embellish Beauport. Idiosyncratic details are rendered in traditional materials, and mixed with familiar forms. A church served as a dovecote. Working with a local architect, Halfdan M. Hansen, Sleeper juxtaposed disparate elements, incorporating perplexing tricks of scale. Sleeper created worlds within worlds, applying layer upon layer of architectural and decorative detail. At Beauport, eccentricity was raised to the level of genius. The house is at once a complex self-portrait and an excessively executed tribute to the romance of history. At the outset of the project, which would become the obsessional focus of Sleeper's life for the next 30 years, he stated his goals. Mightn't it be fun, he asked, to have a house in which each room could recapture some of the spirit of a specific mood, or phase, or period of our American life, from the time of Plymouth down through the Revolution and the early Republic. By 1911, Sleeper was well on his way toward turning Beauport into an architectural biography of America. This room turned the story back to the 17th century, the time of the early settlement. But it was no mere historical reproduction that Sleeper was after. He used architecture just as a painter uses the elements of daily life to create a still life. Sleeper's house is infused with theatricality. The progression from one room to another is like the unfolding scenes of a play. After all, in addition to being an accomplished interior decorator, Sleeper was a professional set designer. Nowhere is Sleeper's use of the dramatic elements of the past more convincing than in the design of this window-like vitrine in the central hall of the house. Sleeper was not a collector in scholarly sense, but an inspired accumulator of the everyday objects of the American past. Simple amber glass becomes as transcendent as the stained glass windows of a cathedral. Sleeper celebrated his heroes, including George Washington. Here, a representation of Washington was kept warm, not only by a toga, but by the heat from a cast iron stove. Sleeper's recapitulation of early American architecture quickly began to fill up his rather small property. And he began to push his house out over the sea, over Gloucester Harbor. As he did that, he also pushed his design backwards in time, back before architecture, if you will. His master bedroom, which he called the Indian Room, was really more like the gallery of a galleon on a 17th century ship, perhaps the one which the French explorer Samuel Champlain sailed into Gloucester Harbor in 1606. The Stark Room's principal decorations are two carved wooden Indians. They return Sleeper's recapitulation of the American story back to its pre-colonial origins. Beauport went beyond being the house of maximum memory to become a magnificent obsession. The obsessional power of the American Dream House has been realized in our time by Peter Eisenman's ardently ahistorical House 6. Is this house a home, someone's dream of a kind of shelter in the Connecticut hills, or is this some fantastic polemical statement?
Well, I think it can be both. You see, I think that we read a book and we have pictures in a book, and we traditionally think of book as text with pictures. And we think of architecture basically as a series of pictures that reveal a text. This merely changes the whole focus and says, this house is a text which reveals a series of pictures. In other words, when we look at things, there are notations. All of the different colors, the different grays, the different whites, are not here because I like gray and white or say, gee, that's pretty, or it makes a nice feeling. They're there to tell you that this wall in relationship to another wall is saying something. It's a relationship of objects rather than a series of figures. It is merely a notational system that gives us an insight into the whole thing.
It's the house that was commissioned by an architectural historian and a photographer, and it's a house that's completely denuded of all the appurtenances that every man, at least this every man and a lot of every man I know, have around their houses. There are no pictures on the walls, there are no books.
The walls are paintings. You know, they're not frames for objects of representation. And therefore, I don't believe it's denuded at all. I think it's very enriched and very sensual environment, as you can see by the play of light. I mean, it's a very unique play of light that you don't get in a shingle-style house. Many people want an environment which is not home sweet home. They would feel almost alienated in a kind of kitsch mansion, a replica of a Georgian time.
But can we ever feel at home in a building designed to be disorienting? That hangs, I believe, right behind where we're sitting,
yes,
is a new convention in architecture. I mean, for thousands of years, columns rose from the earth to hold something up.
But what it's saying is the column that hangs merely is a mirror of the column that stands up in the air and doesn't hold anything up either. And it's saying, look, I can turn myself upside down because there is no right side up in the world that I live in. This house basically attempts to destabilize the notion of home. What is home? It attempts to destabilize the notion of what is a room, what is a space, what is place. There are no places here. We're not in a place. And I think it attempts to question the family relationship to its environment, and as such bring about a greater awareness of the changes that have occurred all around us, which architecture has tried to insulate people from. In other words, to try and wrap them in a cocoon and say, it's all right. Everything out there is one thing, but in your home, it's saying the sort of ye old happy home around the happy hearth. This place doesn't have a hearth. And what I'm saying about architecture is that architecture for 500 years expressed very carefully the conventions of life as they were. Now that life has changed, we have to invent new conventions for architecture to express the way man's condition on earth is today. And I think that's not a very revolutionary thing.
Architecture is something that helps people accommodate the conflicting of elements of their daily lives in relationship to an ongoing continuum. It's a reassuring thing.
Architecture is not life. It is the speculation about life, and it's the dialogue between the reality of life and the dreams, the myth that we all carry around with us. And I think this house is an exploration into the mythology of architecture and the potential for architecture to create a mythology about life.
You are exploring the landscape of the mind, it seems to me, of the abstract constructs that are maybe inside a computer or somewhere, but they're not in the history of architecture.
That's correct. It's not a dream that says, these were the good old days. The good old days are today and tomorrow, not yesterday.
Jefferson's dream for American architecture was very personal, but it was a dream that for American architecture, an interpretation of a culture, so that Monticello is personal and cultural. This house, the Frank House, seems very personal, and I'm not sure whether it's personal to you or to the owners, but I find it harder to come to grips with it in a cultural term.
I think there's been an attempt by architectural historians and architects in this country to make Jefferson the symbol of the American dream. I think Jefferson is one of the craziest, most mannerist architects that you could find. I mean, this is a personal vision. It's more like a nightmare than a dream. And I think we've tried to sort of cover over that. If you go down to Monticello, it is the most strange house you could find, with strange shaped volumes and staircases.
But it's played off against a conventional language, so that it has that other dimension, classical language, continuing meaning over time. And it also has, in its relationship to the site and in relationship to the way it handles questions of servants and so forth, a deep commentary about the culture. So it draws from the culture and it interprets the culture.
But I would think that if what I say has any validity in this house, that 50 years from now, these gestures will seem as conventional as Jefferson's gestures, and they will draw from the same kind of conventional depth in the culture of architecture and in the culture of society that Jefferson did in his time. I'm really trying to say, let's move classical conventions aside so we can see what else exists in the archaeology of architecture.
In this house, we live, or the owners live, in analysis all the time.
But maybe it's a more real life than any other house that they could live in. Maybe it is. I don't know the answer to that.
The dream in this house is the unconscious unfolding. Is that what you're suggesting?
I guess dreams are the unconscious unfolding. That's what's so extraordinary. You just said what a dream is. It's an unconscious unfolding. This dream house taps the unconscious.
Stay tuned for word on how to order Pride of Place in book form from TV 12. Then Frontline takes you inside the jury room for a look at real-life courtroom drama. That's following station identification here on TV 12.
Pride of Place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The companion book to Pride of Place is available from TV 12 if you call the number on your screen. It's lavishly illustrated with 384 pages that include the historical.
In the eerie, dark waters of Okefenokee lurks the alligator, supreme ruler of this mysterious swamp. This is Pernell Roberts. Join me for Realm of the Alligator, a National Geographic special.
The National Geographic, Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Well, as you can see, sports fans, it's another intense round of the unpredictable traffic game.
Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the Civic Center?
We're still back in the horse and buggy days on a lot of streets in Center City.
Signs in Philadelphia? There are signs here?
If everybody follows the traffic rules, everything will be okay.
If you drive, walk, or ride, you can play the traffic game, Wednesday at 9 p.m. on TV 12. This is TV 12.
Pride of Place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
New York's South Bronx is a burned-out urban wasteland.
No fit habitation, no end to desolation. In hell there's no deliverance, the devil see no difference.
This neighborhood was abandoned after generations of service to the immigrant poor and left to ruin. Once, the South Bronx was a stepping stone to the American dream. Now it is an international symbol of America's failure to come to grips with the problems of its cities. For almost 2 decades, American politicians have come here with promises to rebuild. But traditional solutions have proved inadequate. What is needed is a totally radical approach. I believe that the solution to this problem of residential urbanism is the planned suburb.
No fit habitation.
At its very best, the suburb is an attainable, inhabitable Arcadia, a leafy village only a short ride out from the smoky city, where the American family can inhabit its individual house temple. A generation of architects and planners look to the high-rise building as a solution to housing the urban poor. Charlotte Gardens looks to the single-family house in Arcadia for inspiration. Charlotte Gardens exemplifies the American faith in the suburban ideal. One historian and educator who has looked beyond the political rhetoric to examine the realities of the American suburb is Gwendolyn Wright. The American dream, which is the single-family house in the suburbs, has been denied consistently to one group, the urban poor.
Well, part of the reason for that, Bob, I think, is that typically when we've had either market tenements built for the poor or when there's been public housing, it's been very important that it looked different from the kind of housing that middle-class people would live in. And this, in fact, still looks quite different from the housing that's around. It's an effort to try to distinguish these people and say they're, in fact, going to be pioneers. But because this isn't, in fact, people who are as poor as their neighbors, they can still take part in this suburban dream. And part of what's very striking is the belief that this housing is going to take care of these kinds of problems, that the image of suburbia as being the solution to problems of American family life, to problems of the American economy, to making America be perfect. It's been a very long-standing theme in American life, and it certainly is being brought here right now to solve massive problems all around in the South Bronx.
But the suburb at its best can achieve a sense of community. The houses can be grouped in such a way so that the individuality of family life, the idea of the house as its own family temple, can also conspire to make public spaces, community spaces, streets, parks, and so forth.
I agree. I think that this is, in fact, a very positive social effort. And the people who live here seem to be extremely pleased and proud of their houses. And therefore, they're really creating a social community that is impressive. And I think will, in fact, help the South Bronx. But architecturally, it does seem a shame that it wasn't a more beautiful and a more compelling and a more positive image.
At its best, the American suburb reflects the national search for an ideal community in nature, a rus in urbe, the country in the town. America's tradition of planned suburban development began in 1853 at Llewellyn Park, New Jersey. A gated residential enclave, it crystallized the American suburban type. Located just 12 miles west of New York's Fifth Avenue, Llewellyn Park had a 50-acre manicured wilderness at its heart. Llewellyn Haskell, the developer, called it the Ramble. Around it, the suburb consisted of individual country houses for city people. Alexander Jackson Davis helped Haskell lay out Llewellyn Park and designed many of its houses. Davis's designs ranged from modest Gothic cottages to mock castles. Castlewood was designed in 1857 for Joseph C. Howard. Using the local stone to evoke an ancient fortress, it scaled the world of Ivanhoe perfectly to a suburban site. At Llewellyn Park, the houses were not only family temples, they were self-portraits befitting the site and the owner's budget and mood. Davis's Tierden Terrace was in the Italian taste. From the first, Llewellyn Park was seen as a paradise, an Eden, a realization of the poet's dream. Natural beauty was carefully preserved and even enhanced. As an early visitor wrote, it was unique, beautiful, and romantic. A rough, shaggy mountainside transformed into an enchanted ground, or fairyland. Thomas Alva Edison, whose West Orange factory was just outside the gates of Llewellyn Park, owned this house. It was designed by Henry Hudson Holly. Holly's books on suburban house design were among the most influential of the 19th century. A contemporary of Llewellyn Haskell's described the park as a free-thinking community, inhabited by long-haired men and short-haired women. By the end of the 19th century, it became a socially exclusive haven for the rich. The new money crowd tore down many of the original simple cottages and replaced them with pretentious establishments. One of the grandest houses in Llewellyn Park was commissioned from the firm of Delano and Aldrich in 1927 by Charles Edison, son of the inventor. Surprisingly, the immediate influence on the planned suburb was the cemetery. Opened in 1840, Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn was a pastoral, gated community whose very street names evoked nature. The cemetery featured curving and looping roads that climbed to heavenly prospects. But the cemetery was an earthly real estate development as well. To house their dead, the rich bought individual lots and built temple-like tombs. Greenwood Cemetery was not so much a city, but a suburb for the dead. A pastoral evocation of an otherworldly paradise, the cemetery had nearly all the elements of the suburbs which would follow. Riverside, Illinois, was America's first fully planned suburban village. Riverside was designed in 1869 by Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux. It was located in the open country 9 miles west of Chicago. At the heart of the village was the station of the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad, which provided express service to the city. The 1,600-acre site consisted of woodlands as well as the flood-prone banks of the Des Plaines River. Under the direction of Olmsted and Vaux, the site was transformed into a leafy Arcadia. Olmsted felt the gridiron pattern of streets was too stiff and formal. In a brilliant move, he gently curved the grid, adapting the realities of real estate to the illusion of country living. Riverside represented Olmsted's suburban ideal. It was, as he put it, a community of detached dwellings with sylvan surroundings, yet supplied with a considerable degree of urban conveniences. Much of the land at Riverside was reserved as public parkland. There were village greens and playgrounds. Olmsted and Vaux did not include any stylistic stipulations in their plan, but they did impose certain environmental and economic controls to ensure the town's affluence and preserve its spaciousness. Houses were to be set at least 30 feet from the private property line. Building lots were to be a minimum of 100 feet wide and about 200 feet deep. Houses were required to cost at least $3,000 and to be owner-occupied. Although Riverside lacked architectural distinction, several houses of note were built, including Frank Lloyd Wright's Tomac House of 1907. Idyllic communities for the wealthy like Riverside were not the only type of suburb. The railroad opened the countryside up for suburban development, but they also caused one great suburban vision to come into its own. The town of Pullman, 11 miles south of the Loop in Chicago. George M. Pullman had developed a Pullman Palace car, which would provide dining or sleeping facilities for passengers crossing this great continent on the rails. That car revolutionized railroad travel in America and made him one of America's richest men.
Pullman's dream was at once romantic and pragmatic. At the center of his town was his cathedral, not dedicated to God, but to work, the factory, which had a gold, wonderful tower rising to pinpoint it from every place in the town. The houses that were grouped around the factory were for the more important workers, the bosses, the ones who supervised the operations on a day-to-day basis in the Pullman Palace Car Works. But they were built of brick, made in the Pullman Works. They were colored in colors supplied by Pullman, and they set the tone for the town. Handkerchief lawns were carefully tended by the families who rented the houses from Pullman. It was a company town. It reflected the hierarchies of the workers in the factory. But every worker was able to rent from Pullman, from his company, a decent house. Along these streets, by and large, were the houses of the workers, which were grouped in pairs of 2, 4, and 6. 6 was quite a long row, but they were not the rows of tenement houses of the working-class districts of most cities, which seemed to run endlessly like sausages. They were grouped as big houses. Typically, they were treated as country houses with the 2 wings on the side recessed and the wing in the center forward, as you can see in this house of 6 units. And each house itself was broken down into a pair of 2. So as you came home at the end of the day, you had a sense of going to your house and not to a flat in a tenement.
Pullman ran the village as a strictly business proposition. He rented the houses to his workers for profit. Pullman, Illinois was not a commuter's haven, but a working industrial village. Pullman provided for his workers every need: a factory to work in, houses to live in, markets and stores to shop in. Pullman was the ultimate company town. It concentrated its commercial and cultural activities in the glass-roofed arcade. Pullman catered to his workers every need but one. He barred them from the Florence Hotel, the only place in town where you could get a drink. At first, the town was hailed as a model of enlightened capitalism. While other industries were threatened by the growing labor movement, the Pullman Palace Car Company seemed secure. But George Pullman misjudged his paternal role. During the Depression of the 1890s, all hell broke loose when Pullman simultaneously laid off workers and raised their rents. The violent strike culminated in 1894 with the arrival of the National Guard. The dream town had become a nightmare. And although the strikers ultimately capitulated, Pullman never recovered its utopian status. In 1898, the company was forced to sell the town.
Today, everywhere there are sights and sounds of renovation. And the Florence Hotel, abandoned practically for generations, has come to life, serving delicious meals, not only to people who live in Pullman, but to tourists who come from all over to see this place come alive again. How ironic, in a certain way, that Pullman should be gentrifying itself. Its history is so gritty. It's so much involved with the working class struggle in the United States. And the irony is twofold. Not only that this working class town is becoming a place where more affluent people are, the new factory workers of microchip industries, but also that the old families who are still here, families whose grandfathers remembered and participated in the Pullman strike, those families are living side by side with the new middle class. And on Saturdays or Sundays, you can come down here to the Florence Hotel, and you can see those people working side by side, stripping wood, fixing the roof, rebuilding the porches, sharing that dream, rebuilding it.
On the other side of the tracks from Pullman, so to speak, lies Lake Forest, an hour north of Chicago's Loop. Lake Forest was founded in 1856 as a resort and a home for Presbyterian College. By the turn of the century, Lake Forest had been transformed into a rich commuter suburb. Market Square was designed in 1914 by Howard Van Doren Shaw to provide the community with a center. Arguably the first artistically designed shopping center, Market Square mixed commerce with housing. It provided for apartments above and shops below in a setting that reflected the community's collective dream of English country life. Upon Shaw's death in 1926, a grateful Lake Forest erected a memorial fountain honoring the architect. "9 miles from Manhattan in the borough of Queens, the Russell Sage Foundation began building a model suburban village in 1909. Connected to the center of the city by the newly electrified Long Island Railroad, Forest Hills was intended to demonstrate the most advanced planning ideas of the suburb.
For me, this is the greatest planned suburb in America. At the heart of Forest Hills Gardens is the Station Square, which provides a civic focus for a complex interweaving of casually naturalistic and grandly axial planning features, and punctuated by a tower which houses the Forest Hills Inn. The buildings were in a modern medieval style, using concrete instead of timber. The square itself is a wonderful medieval confection, comprised of buildings linked by bridges around the edges. The designers were Grosvenor Atterbury and the Olmsted brothers, who together created a magnificent combination of naturalistic planning and naturalistic architecture with grand axial roadways that lead from the square, which is the heart of the village, out to the Forest Park, which serves as a kind of metaphor for the journey from the village to the country.
Unlike sprawling Riverside, Forest Hills Gardens was a compact village, small enough to be served by a single school which children could walk to. Atterbury demonstrated new ways that houses could be grouped. He also showed how advanced techniques of prefabrication could be applied to the problem of small house construction. design of every house in the village was reviewed. Homeowners were allowed a limited palette of materials. The churches fit the dream of a medieval community in a garden. The larger houses were placed furthest from the station. Atterbury designed the church in the garden. A few apartment buildings were built, but they also adopted the cozy domesticity of Atterbury's original designs.
For all its quaint charm, Forest Hills Gardens is remarkably modern. Not only is it a suburb inserted right in the heart of the city's fabric, it also takes into consideration many different kinds of living that we associate with city life. Forest Hills Gardens is a totally designed community, from the smallest details of street signs to the largest considerations of town planning. Greenway Terrace is a broad, lushly landscaped boulevard, lined by stylistically coherent row houses. Each house in the row has its own garden, entered through a charming gate. Of course, Atterbury was able to learn these things from the English and German garden suburbs that he studied, but he brought a special American technique to bear, not only in the way the buildings were put together, but in the attitude and use of materials. The buildings, though they appear very traditionally constructed, actually employ a large degree of prefabrication. Atterbury devised many new techniques for handling concrete and for assembling the panels he made in intricate ways. But he did not wish to slap the modernity in the public's face. He used it as a means to realize his dream rather than as a substitute for dreams. Modern also is Forest Hills Gardens with respect to the motor car. True, there is some parking on the streets, but there is a great deal of attention paid to tucking cars in behind, in courtyards, in concealed garages that burrow into garden areas, and so forth. It is a remarkable synthesis of an ideal village within stone's throw of the hustle and bustle of New York.
It was on vacation that most Americans first learned how to live the suburban life.
I'm standing at the gateway to America's oldest and most unique planned resort village, Oak Bluffs, on Martha's Vineyard, an island 6 miles off Massachusetts coast. Since 1835, ardent Methodists have been coming every August to hold meetings in this beautiful oak grove by the sea. Oak Bluffs began as 9 tents arranged in a semicircle around a shed and a preacher's stand. As the tents gave way in gradual steps to tiny houses, the tent city became the cottage city.
The first cottages were simple, but they were soon embellished with porches.
The Methodists went further, indulging the imaginations of the carpenter builders who revealed themselves prodigies of the woodworker's art. Each house took on the appearance of an individual family church, with wide doors and narthex-like porches that offered passers-by a glimpse of family life ennobled by religion. The cottages that replaced the tent city were embellished with an outpouring of wooden ornament. 45 different patterns have been counted, yet the overall effect was harmonious because the ornament was confined largely to the facades of the houses. The houses were small, doll houses almost. Most were only a story and a half, about 14 feet wide, the size of the actual tents they replaced. Even in the new, permanent cottage city, the symbolic focus remained the central tabernacle. In 1879, a permanent cast iron church replaced the big top. It was as big in scale as the surrounding houses were small. Erected piece by piece, the tabernacle rises 100 feet to a wooden cupola, a shrine dedicated to a fierce morality, leavened by music and the simple pleasures of a summer afternoon. Post-Civil War prosperity swelled the tent city crowds, bringing at least as many sun worshippers as religious revivalists. To meet the demands for resort accommodation, a group of local businessmen and retired sea captains bought an adjacent parcel and hired Robert Copeland, a self-styled landscape artist, to lay out a permanent village that would link the tent city with the sea. Copeland's village prospered and became our first resort suburb. It included naturalistically curving roads, neighborhood parks, and a grassy boulevard. Here was an American version of the great English seaside resorts, but the continuous rows of terraced houses typical of Brighton or Hove were here replaced by individual, freestanding dream cottages. What What a pleasure it is to sit on such a porch as this and listen to the birds, the distant surf, and to think of a summer's afternoon and a concert from a Sousa band. The introduction of the automobile made the suburban dream available to more people than ever before. The car liberated the suburb from the narrow Metropolitan Railroad corridor. Radburn, 10 miles outside of New York, was designed in 1927 as a town for the motor age. Clarence Stein and Henry Wright proposed to turn the plan of the traditional suburban village inside out. Radburn's solution to the problem of the motor car was to restrict its movement to a few principal roads and cul-de-sacs, around which small individual houses were grouped. Radburn's houses turn their backs on the street. They face paths where the only traffic is that of children's bicycles. The paths lead to grassy parks, which in principle at least, are the focus of Radburn's community life. The cul-de-sacs were planned as little more than service alleys, but contrary to the plan, they serve as front yards and backyards. In the Arcadian idyll of Radburn, the messy realities were hidden away. Children on their way to school never had to cross the street.
why didn't this car-free version of the suburban good life catch on? For one thing, many Americans were reluctant to sacrifice large private yards for common ground they had to share. For another, Americans loved their cars. Most newly affluent, newly mobile Americans didn't want to hide their cars. They wanted to flaunt them. It was, after all, the car which had allowed many of them to move to the suburbs in the first place. It turned out to be an experienced commercial builder, not idealizing planners, who created the successful model for auto-age suburbia. William J. Levitt did for the house what Henry Ford did for the car. He mass-produced a simple, inexpensive house. By 1950, his operation was churning out a house every 16 minutes, and returning GIs couldn't buy them fast enough. Levittown was a town only in name. It lacked a civic center, railroad station, or market square. Its shopping center was a poor substitute, but none of the new homesteaders seemed to mind. Levittown did have some of the elements of a traditional suburb. Taking its cue from Olmsted's Riverside, the land was subdivided in a gridiron plan modified by gently curving streets. Levitt believed that he could deliver the suburban dream without hiding the car in back alleys. Here, the automobile didn't destroy a feeling of roots in herb. Levitt's dream house was a stripped-down Cape Cod cottage, replete with the ingredients to trigger the imagination of returning GIs and their families, trigger the imagination to make those houses into the American dream home. Levitt provided a white picket fence, symmetrical facade, vestigial attic windows, and a little curving path that made the journey from the road to the front door as grand as in any North Shore Long Island estate, at least in the eyes of the original tenants who were paying $48 a month mortgages. As in small-town America, children walked to school past green lawns and under trees. They even had to cross the street. At Levittown, city-born Americans who had struggled through the Depression and the Second World War propelled the nation toward a new, suburban frontier. Levitt set aside the land for schools in his development. Children were the unquestioned focus of the community. America's returning veterans had set off a baby boom, and they wanted a house in the suburbs for their family. Amidst the sounds of power mowers and rotary saws, each family realized its version of the American dream, transforming a characterless house on a treeless piece of land into a temple in a garden. In Levittown, fixing up your house became the patriotic thing to do. No man who owns his own house and lot, Levitt affirmed, can be a communist. He has too much to do. For those with a little money and a lot of ambition, a simple Cape Cod cottage could become Mount Vernon. Between 1947 and 1951, Levitt built 17,450 houses, converting what had been a Long Island potato field into a community of 75,000. If within its borders Levittown preserved the small-town suburban ideal, the commercial strips that serviced the dream threatened to destroy it. Ribbons of sleazy trash architecture bordered Levittown and crisscrossed the nation. This commercial strip could be anywhere in the United States. Only palm trees provide the clue that you've left Levittown for America's ultimate post-war suburbia, Phoenix, Arizona. One American architect foresaw that the automobile would turn the country into a vast suburb. In his Broadacre City project, first presented in 1935, Frank Lloyd Wright proposed a continental suburb, an even-handed national development plan. Broadacre would locate the suburb nowhere, yet everywhere. Farm and city were to be homogenized. The nation would become a continuously gridded but sparsely settled garden. Every family would own at least one tillable acre of land. Modern office and factory workers would exchange city pleasures for a quiet life in a sanitized and domesticated wilderness. Wright proposed that Broadacre City be run by architects. Their job would be to guarantee that Wright's version of the suburban dream was preserved. Broadacre City was doomed to remain on the drawing board. But speculative developers like Levitt understood its message clearly and borrowed freely from it. Placeless, tract developments proliferated over the continent, completely ignoring the existing towns. Suburbia spread like a machine-age ooze. A slurbia. The spread of slurbia confounded Wright, yet he was convinced that it was possible to escape beyond it into the wilderness. Writing in 1954, he advised his clients to go 10 times as far as you think you ought to go. Go soon and go fast. Wright thought he was safe 2 decades before, when he escaped to his winter retreat, Taliesin West, just outside Scottsdale, Arizona. Yet the sprawl, the slurbia, which he hated but had done so much to rationalize and release, reached even the gates of Taliesin. Apparently, 10 times as far was not far enough. For Wright, the escape was to the desert. But today, the escape is back into the city, into the wasteland of our urban frontier.
But here, I don't see the dream of making a wonderful village taking place.
It wasn't an effort to have architects and planners come in and start from scratch and try to take care of everything. It was looking at popular American imagery and saying, let's start with a few families, ultimately 90 of these houses, and see where we can go from there. And after all, a lot of people in the Bronx have been very excited by this project. A lot of people would like to live in these houses. In addition to providing this sense of community, the suburbs were also an effort to try to insist that one could solve problems by imagery, that one could have an image of a perfect community, and therefore you were bound to have it. And I think one of the reasons why there was an effort to bring it here to the South Bronx was to believe that we can, by an image, take care of much larger problems.
Well, an apartment building at the right scale can be a community, and individual houses can also make a community. But I don't think you can make a community by making something absolutely the opposite of what's around it.
One of the points that's fascinating about suburban houses, which obviously apartment buildings can't do, is they start off like this, most of the houses looking pretty much alike. It's the cheapest way to build. And then as people live in them over time, they become very involved with wanting to personalize them. Sometimes they spend perhaps a little bit too much of their time believing that they can create their personality and they can define their family by how they fix up their house. Nonetheless, there's nothing wrong with wanting to have a beautiful place to live in and wanting to have a great deal of involvement with one's own house. Well, I think it's true that the developers, after all, had to put a great deal of effort into having some government subsidies to get this started. We need that kind of help socially, but they could have given some more attention as well into developing a good architectural model.
Well, the land was free, you know. The streets were here, the utilities are underneath them. It's really quite an incredible subsidy right there and then. So it seems to me a little time, a little effort, a little concern, and a lot more dreaming and imagination, which is what makes great places, could have been brought in to make something out of this.
Well, I think it's quite wonderful that there is an effort to do something in this very devastated part of the city. And the question is whether one should try to do something in the mode of how people have been living or try to have a massive reform, try to say they too can take part in this suburban dream, as if that's the only dream for Americans to have.
Well, what's maddening about what you see here is that there is no attempt to rethink that great tradition of suburban architecture. There is no memory of Riverside or even nearby Riverdale or even Pullman, Illinois, which was a working class suburb in which there was really serious planning about how people could live individually as well as in groups. What they've done here is they've just trucked in houses from Pennsylvania and dumped them on these quarter-acre lots. It's kind of shocking to think of anybody living on a quarter-acre lot in the city of New York. And here it is, as though this was a potato field in 1950, way out on the far end of Long Island. It's Levittown in the Bronx. For all its faults, for the havoc the suburb has wrought, it remains the most persuasive exemplar of our democracy. The slur beer of post-war development is but a part of the story. At its best, the American suburb has been a glory of American life and American art.
Stay tuned for word on how to order Pride of Place in book form from TV 12. Then it's a timely look at the process of raising and lowering your taxes on Frontline following station identification here on TV 12.
Pride of place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The companion book to Pride of Place is available from TV 12 if you call the number on your screen. It's lavishly illustrated with 384 pages that include the historic homes, state houses, museums, and skyscrapers seen in the series. Order Pride of Place now with a credit card by calling toll-free 1-800-441-3000. The price is $34.95, and please have your credit card ready when you call. That's 1-800...
Faced with that sort of situation, there is absolutely nothing, not a thing you can do.
A poignant story of tragedy and rebirth. The Children of Amercan, Thursday night at 8:30. Stay tuned now for Pride of Place, Building the American Dream, next, here on TV 12 WHYY. And a reminder that all of our fine programming depends on you for support. Give us a call tomorrow to find out how you can become a TV 12 subscriber.
Pride of place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
Well, most Americans are quite content, even anxious to come to cities to make their fortunes. They really believe that the fundamental good life can only be lived in the country. Not in the wilderness, but in the country, in some kind of great continental garden cooked up by man to take advantage of the peaceful qualities of nature.
In 1858, Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux won a design competition for New York's Central Park. The final result was more than a park. It was a resort in town. If they couldn't leave the city for the country, New Yorkers proved that they could bring the country to the city. There were forests, lakes, hills, meadows, foot and bridle paths. The architecture was designed to complement the picturesque natural settings. The Bow Bridge of 1859 is one of the park's oldest features. Twisting footpaths wind in and out of an artificial wilderness. Olmsted called it the Ramble. He designed it to restore the spirits of urbanites, tired of the city's monotonous grid of streets. Next to the Ramble was a mock castle, The Belvedere was built intentionally small to make the surrounding landscape look bigger than it really was. In a planning innovation, crosstown traffic was suppressed below grade. To preserve the Arcadian dream above, the roads were blasted out of the rock. Olmsted's pastoral landscape included a large meadow, once grazed by a flock of sheep. Today, it is every New Yorker's own backyard. Central Park is the only significant interruption of the city's relentless gridiron plan. It is a village green at a metropolitan scale. What at first seems like a bit of nature bypassed by development is actually something that was designed. Central Park is a man-made place, designed by Olmsted and Vaux, who drained swamps to create lakes, who moved rocks and boulders to create vistas and small hillocks,
and who brought in all kinds of vegetation to create a dreamlike version of what New York might have been like before the first white man settled here.
At Central Park, Olmsted and Vaux created an idealized, gentrified portrait of nature. It is a green lung for the city, but no matter how convincing Central Park is as an escape into nature, it's only a respite, not a true resort. In the 1870s, the railroads made the real wilderness accessible to urban Americans. A new type of resort developed in the Adirondack Mountains of New York. Here, city dwellers vacationed in nature. But they brought with them all the comforts of home. They built the kind of houses the first woodsmen might have built if they'd had the cash. Inspired by a mythic past, the new vacationers invented the Adirondack style. Unpeeled limbs and branches were used for ornamental porch railings and gable screens. The style was pioneered by William Durant, whose father had built the railroad that opened up the Adirondack wilderness to tourists. Durant's camp, Pine Knot, pulled apart the components of a large summer house to make a village-like compound. The style brought the natural landscape indoors, using birch bark to cover the walls and ceilings. Stones found on the site were used to build monumental fireplaces. passion for naturalism achieved surreal heights in the master bedroom at Camp Kilcare. The Vanderbilts' Camp Sagamore epitomized Adirondack-style luxury. First used for the country homes of the elite, the Adirondack style was seen as the perfect style for popular rustic hotels. As the frontier was closing, Americans established national parks to save their wilderness from development. The Old Faithful Geyser was protected by the creation of Yellowstone National Park in 1872. At the edge of the geyser, Robert C. Reamer built the Old Faithful Inn. The hotel was a small mountain of stone, logs, and shingles. It was the world's largest log cabin. Automobiles made it possible for vacationers to reach even more remote sites. Thomas D. McMahon's Glacier Park Hotel was a rustic version of classical architecture. It brought metropolitan sophistication to the wilderness. The lobby was framed by bark-covered tree trunks. They rose to volute scrolls, returning the Ionic order to its origins in the wooden architecture of archaic Greece. In keeping with the alpine scale of the site, Durant's idea of a woodland camp was magnified to the dimensions of a mountain city. Other American landscapes evoked other types of architecture. In Colorado Springs, in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, Warren and Wetmore's Broadmoor Hotel rose from a man-made lake, an inflated version of a villa in the North Italian countryside. In 1887, the Reed brothers built the Hotel del Coronado on San Diego's Silver Strand. It was a Mont Saint-Michel of bourgeois comfort. The hotel's picturesque architecture perfectly embodied the mood of a carefree seaside holiday. The Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island offered the pleasures of an ocean voyage without the inconveniences. The architects, Mason and Wright, designed the hotel to look like an ocean liner. It was in the middle of America's inland sea, between Lakes Michigan and Huron. The hotel is a self-contained community. Life is slow, ceremonial. The great events of the day are breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Afterwards, guests could repair to this 800-foot-long classical porch, the world's longest, where they could promenade, or they could sit, or they could talk, or they could just simply stare out at the magnificent watery landscape, secure in the fact that their landlocked luxury liner would never toss them in a storm. Hotel life was too democratic for the really rich. Newport, Rhode Island was an exclusive resort town whose social center was a country club.
In 1879, James Gordon Bennett, the Playboy newspaper editor, commissioned the new firm of McKim, Mead, and White to design a casino. Bennett had been barred from Newport's best club, the Newport Reading Room, because he had challenged a visiting British Army officer to ride a horse through the club, and the officer obliged. The casino specialized in tennis, although there were also dining rooms, a theater, shops, a bandstand, and shaded verandas under which one could recover from the ardors of casino life. The casino quickly became Newport's social center. As Henry James remarked, the smart set danced and drove and rode. They dined and wined and dressed and flirted and yachted and poloed and casinoed.
For Charles Fallon McKim and his partner Stanford White, the Newport Casino was a design breakthrough. McKim synthesized the formal training he had received at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris with the traditional shingled architecture of New England. White incorporated the bell-capped towers he had seen while traveling in the French countryside. The wrought iron lanterns were modeled after those of Napoleonic Paris, which McKim knew from his student days. Even the exotic Orient was incorporated. The porch arcades had woodwork and spindle screens, which turned them into kaleidoscopes of shade and shadow. Yet the casino was, above all, an American place, built around sport and the social whirl. It was the first manifestation of a distinctly national architecture, identified by Vincent Scully as the shingle style. In their shingled Newport houses, McKim, Mead, and White included the elements of the casino. Their Isaac Bell house made humorous reference to Newport's waterfront setting. Brackets were carved to look like sea serpents. At the Tilton House, wavy shingled horses flowed down the temple-like gable. White embellished the stucco of half-timbered walls with sunbursts of pebbles, glass, and shells, seemingly gathered up from the beach. Yet the casino remained the most profound expression of the shingle style. An adroit exercise in urbanism, it addressed the town with a public facade of shops. Inside, the club's activities were sheltered by a Roman courtyard. The casino was at once classical and colloquial. By the 1890s, the colloquialisms of the American past were not deemed noble enough to suit the pretensions of the new super-rich. They squeezed immense summer houses onto Newport's suburban-sized lots. Still calling them cottages, they were in fact palaces. In 1892, William Vanderbilt's birthday present to his wife Alva was this 4-bedroom cottage. Marble House was designed by Richard Morris Hunt, the first American to study architecture at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris. His training in the history of architecture was rigorous and thorough. He learned that classical architecture was a living language that could be interpreted and refined. Hunt could improve on the palaces of the past. William Vanderbilt identified himself with Louis XIV, the Sun King. King William and Queen Alva reigned for a 6-week season every summer. They used the ballroom as a sumptuous stage set. Alva lived like royalty, but she wasn't satisfied. She destined her daughter Consuelo for higher things. Consuelo's debut at Marble House was attended by the Duke of Marlborough. Within the year, they were married, fulfilling Alva's deepest wishes. It was one thing for Vanderbilt to think he was the Sun King, but he needed an architect to make his wish come true. So grateful was Vanderbilt to Hunt that he memorialized the architect in a medallion. Only an American trained in Paris at the École des Beaux-Arts could make a dream commensurate with Vanderbilt's own. Here at Marble House, Richard Morris Hunt synthesized in a fresh way two diverse buildings, Gabrielle's Petit Trianon at Versailles and James Holman's White House in Washington, D.C. A marriage, if you will, between the kings of France and the presidents of the United States. A marriage that could only have been appropriate to the Vanderbilts, Alva and William, who had as much power as the kings of France and certainly a lot more money than the presidents. In 1895, Alva shocked society by divorcing Vanderbilt. Hardly a loser at love, she kept the house. In 1912, she commissioned Hunt's sons to design a Chinese tea house by the ocean cliffs. 2 years later, the tea house served as the setting for a national conference of suffragettes, at which the indefatigable Alva, confronted by a discouraged suffragette, said, "Brace up, my dear. Just pray to God. She will help you." Despite its grandeur and exoticism, Marble House was overshadowed by the breakers, designed by Hunt for William's older brother, Cornelius Vanderbilt II. Begun just after Marble House, the new mansion was based on the 16th century palaces of Genoa and Turin. Italian palaces were built around open-air courtyards. The breakers was protected from the elements by a painted summer sky. The 45-foot-high hall functioned as a lobby in a grand hotel. Newport's mansions were devoted to public entertainment. Alice Gwynne Vanderbilt and her peers struggled to outdo each other. The Breakers' state dining room had no equal. It was as sparkling as diamonds and as cold as the North Atlantic. The room thrilled Edwardian society, but it does not inspire all contemporary observers. For the author Joan Didion, to stand in the dining room of the Breakers is to imagine fleeing from it, pleading migraine. After dinner, the men retired to a marble-lined billiards room. Even a room for games was an occasion for an ostentatious display of wealth. Returning to the Newport of his youth in 1904, after 25 years abroad, Henry James found that even nature had been corrupted by wealth. He heard something like the clink of money itself in the murmur of the breezy little waves.
Newport has become one of America's great theme parks. Busloads of tourists come here from everywhere to crawl all over the mansions of the rich, marveling at the excess, gasping over the luxury. They are thrilled, but like Henry James, they're probably appalled as well. It was too much. But it was a dream, wasn't it?
The Newport social season lasted for only a few weeks in the summer, but rich Americans could have a second summer each winter in Florida. Palm Beach became the winter playground of the very rich. As in Newport, a private club formed the resort's social center. The quagmire of Joe's alligator farm was transformed into an exclusive club whose fusion of Mediterranean architecture would set the style for the resort town. This dream of an American Riviera was made a reality by two high-style oddballs. Paris Singer used his sewing machine fortune to fuel the imagination of Addison Meisner, a bon vivant and inspired architect. The club included Singer's own sumptuous quarters. When Meisner arrived in Palm Beach, he felt the existing wood and shingle architecture didn't register under the Florida sun. To suit the tropical landscape, Meisner interpreted elements of Mediterranean architecture. He established an instantly recognizable Florida style. After building the club, he went on to build a complete resort town. Palm Beach was an invented foreign world on native shores. A flight of stairs led from a shopping street to the architect's apartment villa. Addison Meisner was the third of a triumvirate of great society architects: Richard Morris Hunt, Stanford White, Meisner.
But unlike Hunt and White, whose artistic achievements are universally acknowledged, Meisner is not thought of so seriously as an architect. Meisner is the victim of his own reputation in this sense. He was a legendary wit. Every afternoon at 4, he would gather together these most fashionable members of local society in his house, and he would, over one glass of rum cocktail, he would tell them marvelous, marvelous stories about his past and about each other.
Particular friends were invited to dine in a room whose 14th century paneling had been imported from Spain. Meisner asserted that the paneling had once lined the room where Ferdinand and Isabella commissioned Columbus's voyage in 1492.
Meisner was really a serious scholar of architecture. He knew an enormous amount about Spanish architecture and Spanish colonial architecture. He may well have been the ranked expert of his own time, and he incorporated that knowledge into the architecture of Palm Beach, a town which he invented out of his own knowledge and experience.
Meisner named the Via Parigi after his patron, Paris Singer. The Via was a charming pedestrian street lined by small shops. Shaded from the hot sun, the intimately scaled street evoked the delicious spatial sequences of Granada in Spain. But the complex was not a mere replica. Meisner skillfully blended traditional and modern elements. Meisner put his stamp on virtually every aspect of Palm Beach architecture, including private houses. In 1922, William Gray Warden, a Standard Oil heir, commissioned a house by Meisner in Palm Beach. Although cost was certainly not a problem, Warden requested a small, unpretentious house. Mrs. Warden, on the other hand, preferred something rather more dramatic. To please them both, Meisner sketched the plans at half the scale of the neighboring houses, telling only Mrs. Warden of his gimmick. When Mr. Warden requested a set of elevations, Meisner, protecting his secret, answered, "Elevations? Why, Bill, you look intelligent at times. How could I send you the elevations when the house isn't finished yet?" Recalling the scale of Newport, Meisner's houses were palaces on suburban lots. In his house for Jerome D. Gedney, Meisner played the Spanish style in a lower key, creating a seaside farmhouse. Meisner exploited Florida's year-round warm weather. The Gedney house grouped its wings around a courtyard. Rooms flowed onto shaded porches and landscaped patios. Loggias and balconies were supported by rustic, unpainted wood posts and beams. Meisner discovered the architectural possibilities of local materials, such as Pecky cypress. He also established a manufacturing company, Meisner Industries, to mass-produce the historical ingredients necessary to his architectural vision. The paneling in the Gedney dining room was one of 11 copies Meisner made of his own 14th century dining room. The reproductions gave rise to the confused idea that Ferdinand and Isabella had issued their decrees from 12 locations in Palm Beach. The Gedney copy was molded in woodite, a pulpy composite of wood shavings and plaster of Paris that Meisner had invented. The tiles were made at Los Manos, Meisner's ceramics factory, according to the old Spanish method, using a wooden form shaped like a man's thigh. In 1925, Meisner, ever the romantic visionary, dreamed his ultimate dream, a mirage metropolis, a happy combination of Venice and heaven. A A grand canal was the principal feature of Meisner's new town, which he called Boca Raton. While Palm Beach had grown piecemeal, Boca Raton was to be a completely planned resort community. But Meisner wanted his buildings to look like they had been built over time. The Cloister Inn brilliantly demonstrated Meisner's imagination and theories. European history was reinterpreted to suit a grand American hotel. Real and instantly created antiques were placed side by side. Walls and ceilings were ingeniously constructed and reconstructed, patched, smoked, and otherwise antiqued. Meisner transformed a monk's refectory into a fashionable restaurant. In the early 1920s, Florida's Gold Coast, from Palm Beach to Miami, was a playground for the rich and a paradise for real estate speculators. The bottom fell out of the market in 1926, and a devastating hurricane in the same year dealt a death blow to Florida's heyday. It was not until the late 1930s that Florida began to rebuild. Miami Beach became a two-week paradise for the middle class, who settled into small hotels that lined the beach like so many motor yachts moored along a pier. The architecture had the ship shape, up-to-date, streamlined glamour of fast trains and luxury liners. South Beach has been designated an historic district of national importance. Today, it is taking on a new life as renovators open their postmodern paint boxes. In 1941, Igor Polovitsky brought a stripped-down, no-nonsense aesthetic to Miami Beach. His design for the Shelburne Hotel was a sophisticated essay in the international modernist style. The international style took its cue from machine technology, rather than from the romance of place. To rebuild the dream, the architect Morris Lapidus augmented the Shelburne's modernism with glittery additions. Lapidus's background in theater and shop design prepared him for a more dramatic approach. The Fontainebleau, designed by Lapidus, was opened in 1953. To suit the needs and tastes of the newly affluent middle-class tourists, the huge hotel was a mixed metaphor. Outside, it was inspired by dazzlingly bright Brazilian-style modernism. Inside, the inspiration was pure Hollywood. The undisputed master of the new Miami style was Morris Lapidus.
The stairway behind me was the influence of Busby Berkeley, the movie man. He always had a curved stairway. People loved it. The stairway doesn't really go anyplace. There's nothing up there but some offices. It's amazing how people will just go to the stairway, walk up, walk down, for no apparent reason. They loved it. I wanted to be a scenic designer originally, so this was my great chance to be a scenic designer. And that is exactly what I did. I designed it almost as a movie setting. I had found the answer that I was looking for. When designing hotels, design the dream.
But not everyone fell sway to the Lapidus spell. Critic Ada Louise Huxtable wrote, "I got a terrible case of the fountain blues." The Fontainebleau's freewheeling juxtaposition of historical form, classical art, and modern, free-flowing space also appalled architects.
The people just loved it. And they would wander around here every evening after they'd finished on the beach. They'd look around and look at the sculpture and look at the art objects that I'd collected, and they were thrilled by it. Everything was designed to put the hotel guests on stage. I combined Busby Berkeley with 18th century French, Italian, almost a potpourri of all styles. In fact, when the mayor of Fontainebleau was here at the opening, and I asked him, what do you think of this? And he said, c'est un bouillabaisse. It's a bouillabaisse. And I said, well, monsieur, do you like bouillabaisse? He said, I love bouillabaisse. So apparently I succeeded, although I horrified his French background as a mayor of Fontainebleau.
In 1955, Lapidus tried to surpass his own standards of luxury and glamour at the Eden Rock Hotel, built on the beachfront just north of the Fontainebleau. Part of your magic seems to me to be the unorthodox interpretation of the standard elements of classical architecture, like these balusters, for example.
Well, I love classic architecture, but I wouldn't think of doing a classic baluster. So what I did was draw a real one and then do a phantom in wire so that it is not a baluster, but yet it is a baluster. You see it and yet you don't see it. That's some of the tricks I use. And that's one of the things that I did in my architecture. Recall the Renaissance or the Roman days, but do it in a whimsical manner.
Well, it's as if you set classical architecture into a new kind of orbit, like these columns without their capitals.
That's true. The columns have no capitals, they have no base, and yet you would never find a column like this in classic architecture.
Like the owner, most of the guests had never been to Europe. There had been a depression, and there had been a war. You provided them a view of Europe like the one they had seen in the movies. So glamorous was the movie-inspired Eden Rock that it in turn became the setting for newsreel fashion shows. At the Americana, there was no rotunda. There was a hole cut in the center.
Well, I was having fun. Why not? People are coming to Florida. Florida is a place where things can grow anywhere. And I have this huge circular hole in the ceiling, and I had natural plants, and the whole thing grew out of a pool down at the bottom with little alligators swimming around. And it was exciting to walk in if it was raining outside, to see it raining inside the building, but nobody got wet because it was completely enclosed by glass. The lobby was in a sort of Mayan design. As somebody said, if the Mayans had the resources I had, which is the Venetian glass and the carved wood and the bronze work, they would have done it that way too.
Used a lot of statuary. Wasn't there a Winged Victory out front?
She was out there in the fountain.
At the entrance.
At the entrance. And the comment that I got, which shows you how much our American vacationers know, said, if you could afford to build an entire hotel at all this fabulous sums, why couldn't you afford a statue with a head on it? Well, how do you answer that? I remember talking to my client. He said, what style are you going to use? I said, I'll use Italian Baroque. He said, I don't care if it's Baroque or Brooklyn, but give me something that'll knock them flat on their backside when they walk in. That's what they wanted, something to just make the people fall back in astonishment.
In the 1950s, the spirit of Busby Berkeley imbued Miami with a sense of magic. Today's Florida is dominated by the vision of another Hollywood dream merchant, Walt Disney.
Thank you, Donald. Let's all give a cheer. Woo! The whole world wants to thank you, just because you're here. Thank you, Goofy. Thank you, Billy. The feeling's coming through. Woo! The whole world wants to thank you, just for being you. Disney World waits for you, Lily.
Like in any great theatrical enterprise, backstage at Walt Disney World is in some ways even more interesting than what you see out front. An enormous technology has been marshaled to move about the characters that you see in the street areas, to move about trash, goods, and what have you. It's a wonderful lesson for modern city planners of a great city underground connecting through. Walt Disney World and the Magic Kingdom in particular is really a city within a city, an incredible network in which carts, bicycles, pedestrians, and all the people needed to put the dream together move about effortlessly and even sort of silently, while above, just beyond us out there, Mickey Mouse, the bands, the horse carts, and everything entertain us and delight us. Walt Disney World is more than Mickey Mouse. It is a resort community that caters to a wide variety of moods. The contemporary resort hotel raises the impersonality of modern life to high drama. The monorail penetrates the hotel's 10-story lobby. 1,000 prefabricated rooms are piled up into an endless colossal A-frame. In Southern California, Disney had pioneered the use of the monorail at Disneyland. Disneyland was small, whereas Disney World is vast, and the monorail is really two systems that intertwine, linking the Magic Kingdom with the resort communities and with Epcot, the new experimental community that Disney imagined would show America what the future really might be like. The gateway of Disney's Epcot is a great geodesic-like dome structure, rather a recall of the 1967 American Pavilion at the World's Fair in Montreal. The futurist architecture imagined by Disney's Imagineers seems oh so tired. But San Marco, like the other great monuments along the Showcase Lagoon, they are so much more moving.
When he got there, Dennis, the minutes of Venice. Come on, get together here, one more time. Dennis, the minutes of Venice. He grabbed her.
The lagoon itself evokes a Venetian theme. Rather noisy water taxis ply back and forth. In fact, Walt Disney World offers us a kind of architecture on the comparative method. Disney's dream to teach as he entertained has been accomplished, but the most important lessons come from the past, not from the future. Disney's designers exploited the scenographic techniques learned in Hollywood to present scaled-down and scrubbed-up versions of the world's most familiar and symbolic buildings. Main Street is the heart of Walt Disney World. But it is more than just the heart. It is this door that opens up the whole secret of the Disney vision, because Disney World encompasses adventures in the past, adventures in nature, adventures of the mind, both in the future and the life of the mind as fantasies have it, as seen in the Fantasy Castle that concludes the axis of Main Street, but most of all, the 19th century world, when, at least to most of us, America seemed simpler, clearer, more coherent. That's what Main Street is about. We share together, in one of the few places in America, a sense of the commonality of our experience. We share together here an opportunity to put the car, the machine, all that behind us, to get out and walk, enjoy the sunshine, have a good time, have a little popcorn. Hi, Nick.
The whole world wants to thank you, just for being you.
Pride of place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The companion book to Pride of Place is available from TV 12 if you call the number on your screen. It's lavishly illustrated with 384 pages that include the historic homes, state houses, museums, and skyscrapers.
But I'll read. You'll come to New York State this summer.
For a free I Love New York vacation guide, call 1-800-524-2466.
Papa's off to the 7 Seas.
Yes, Papa's off to the 7 Seas.
Saturday night, a young man comes of age in wartime New Mexico.
Do you know what the talk is about town? I mean, your reputation is about shot. Apologize!
What's the matter? Somebody hurt your little friend? Maybe we hurt you a little, too.
Richard Thomas, Claire Bloom, and Richard Prentice star in Red Sky at Morning, Saturday night at 8 on Movie Time. Would you trust this man with your hotel reservation? You'd better not, because he's Basil Fawlty, the world's most inept hotel manager. If wacky British comedy is your cup of tea, check into Fawlty Towers with John Cleese every Saturday night. Then it's off to San Francisco's Boarding House Comedy Club, where 3 more young comedians will tickle your funny bone on Comedy Tonight. Laugh with Fawlty Towers and Comedy Tonight, Saturday starting at 10 p.m. on TV 12. Daniel Stern hosts Pride of Place, Building the American Dream, next, here on TV 12 WHYY, serving Greater Philadelphia and the entire Delaware Valley. A portion of this evening's programming is underwritten in part through a grant from the members of the Pennsylvania and Delaware Audi Dealers Association, who invite you to experience Audi, the art of engineering.
Pride of place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
From the Revolution to the Centennial, the church was the tallest building in any American city. In Charleston, South Carolina, St. Michael's steeple towered over the town. It was an expression of both religious aspiration and civic pride. By sea or by land, the first landmark a traveler would spot was the church tower, like Trinity Church in Newport, Rhode Island. New York's Trinity Church was the city's tallest tower for almost half a century. In 1846, when Richard Upjohn's Trinity Church was completed, it dominated the skyline of Manhattan, a proud, soaring symbol of man's faith in something beyond the world.
Almost 50 years later, a new phenomenon began to emerge in the city's architecture. Tall buildings higher than Trinity Church began to be erected, skyscrapers, symbolizing men's preoccupation not with the world beyond, but with the here and now. God began to be replaced by mammon as the principal motivating force in New York's architecture.
The skyscraper, rising free of the city, has replaced the church as the most potent and widely recognized expression of pride in American architecture. Seen from the air, the Citicorp building by Hugh Stubbins is an optimistic corporate advertisement and a glittering symbol of the city. But things are not quite so sanguine on the ground.
Back at street level, St. Peter's Church, which originally owned the land, cringes beneath the great metal legs of the city court tower. Fair warning to ministers and congregants, it seems to me, against letting the money changers in too close to the temple.
The immediate forerunner of the skyscraper was not a church, but the commercial loft building. In 1856, John Gaynor designed the cast iron Hogwatt store in New York. The Yankee ingenuity of Daniel Badger's architectural ironworks was bolted together to form an idealized pastiche of Renaissance Italy. Repetitive rhythms were a natural expression of prefabricated metal construction. The traditional styles took on a new life when shaped in cast iron. The Carey Building was an Italian palazzo transformed into an American palace of commerce. Every classical detail, from the fluted composite columns to the rusticated masonry, was made of iron, cast to look like stone. Buildings like this one had the technology that made the skyscraper possible, but they were still fundamentally horizontal. The Chicago architect, Louis Sullivan, gave the loft office building the poetry of height. Sullivan's Bayard Building, his only office building in New York City, brings us to the threshold of the fully developed skyscraper type.
Intricate interrelationship of columns and mullions as expressed on the facade reveals but does not fully expose the structural intentions of the building behind it. Rather, they rise in a marvelous leap upward to an arcade of angels with outstretched arms, which suggests the spiritual aspirations in the mind of Sullivan and the designers of the best skyscrapers that were to come afterwards.
Completed in 1898, the Bayard Building was clad in ornate terracotta. Sullivan saw the progress from horizontal to vertical construction as evolutionary. Sullivan believed that an office tower should be a proud and soaring thing. But the Bayard building was not a true skyscraper. It was just a taller version of the typical New York loft building. The steel-framed Flatiron building defined the skyscraper type in 1902. Daniel Burnham designed a sheer tower slab that rose 300 feet above New York's Madison Square. Burnham took advantage of the triangular site to create an ideal skyscraper, an inhabited tower standing forever free. The Flatiron building was the sensation of its day, joining the Statue of Liberty and Brooklyn Bridge as one of America's favorite postcard monuments.
More than that, it inspired a host of other things, songs, as well as souvenirs like this picture. Here you see the Flatiron building, a slender column against the sky. But on the other side, you see this wonderful woman in her skirts swirling to the sky. Why? Because the building created a downdraft, causing the skirts to blow up. Gentlemen lounging about had nothing much to do but stand around and look at those ladies. And the policeman would come by and say, 23 Skidoo, get away from 23rd and Broadway. Leave the architecture and the women alone.
Woohoo, what's new? It's 23 Skidoo, where Broadway meets Fifth Avenue. The Flatiron's cleft the sky in two, and now the word on 23rd is come and grab the view. What's new? It's 23 Skidoo. The Flatiron soars by 22, creating winds that swirl and blow around the birds on 23rd, Broadway and Fifth Avenue. The tallest buildings in the world cause winds that round the ankles curl. Some watch the views that made the news with sidewalk skirts unfurled.
On its north side, the Flatiron building is only 6 feet wide. Here, it reveals itself as a modern version of a classical column with base, shaft, and capital. From Fifth Avenue, it is a slab with an ornate stone and terracotta detail pressed back into the facade. The Flatiron building transformed the conception of the office building once and for all. No longer merely a warehouse with workers in it, the building had to have a civic importance, a grandeur and a statement about itself, the corporation it represented, and most importantly about America and its forward-thinking attitudes. America, as the inheritor of Europe, was embodied in the Flatiron building as well. That theme was taken up again a few years later by the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, which occupied headquarters just across Madison Square Park. In 1909, Metropolitan Life completed a great tower designed by Napoleon Lebrun,
which rose 51 stories up, up, up above the square to dominate it as a great campanile.
In 1913, Cass Gilbert designed what is arguably the first fully resolved skyscraper, the Woolworth Building. 792 feet high, it was a cathedral of commerce. Only the Eiffel Tower was taller, yet where the Paris Monument was all structural expression, the Woolworth Building reveled in the art of architecture.
In keeping with the theme of a cathedral of commerce, Gilbert designed the lobby as a great double-height church nave. The theme was rather mixed up in his design, a bit Roman and a bit Gothic in its detailing. Visitors would sweep into the building from Broadway past confessional-like elevator booths, which would take them to the tower high above. The Woolworth Building was a cathedral. The walls were covered with marble. The cornices were encrusted with gold leaf. The vaults above the nave were inlaid with millions of glass mosaic tiles. The galleries suspended above the transept were decorated with murals. They honored the prophets appropriate to Woolworth's cathedral. The carved brackets were medieval caricatures of the men responsible for the building. Frank W. Woolworth counts the coins that paid for his tower. He had made his fortune as the king of the five and dime store and could afford to scoff at his bankers when they refused to finance his dream. Woolworth paid for the building in cash. $13 million worth of nickels and dimes. The lobby included a grand arcade. It culminated in a marble staircase that led up to the banking floor, an elevated secular altar dedicated to Mammon. The lobby descended to a lower level, channeling 14,000 office workers into a netherworld that included a restaurant, an immense swimming pool, a Turkish bath, and a subway station. The architect, Cass Gilbert, was a master at adapting historical styles to modern situations. Woolworth wanted a Gothic building with lots of windows and a tower. Gilbert designed the flamboyant Gothic tracery. In stone, it would have required decades of work. The terracotta details went up in a year, not carved, but pressed into plaster molds. Gilbert explored the decorative potential of terracotta to the fullest degree. Woolworth never doubted the value of his tower. He knew that whether it made money or not, it would act as a huge signboard. Picture postcards of his building were sent around the world. In 1922, the New York architects John Mead Howells and Raymond Hood designed a Gothic skyscraper for Chicago. Colonel Robert R. McCormick, the publisher of the Chicago Tribune, held an international competition for the design of the newspaper's new headquarters. 263 entries came from all over the world. A German architect, Walter Gropius, offered a blunt essay in structural expression.
entry 235 was an American Indian. The witty proposal by the Austrian Adolf Loos at first appears ridiculous, yet the idea of the column is fundamental to the skyscraper type. The second prize winner was from Finland. Elio Saarinen's design was streamlined Gothic. Howells and Hood's winning design was more historically explicit. Derived from a French medieval tower, it balanced the Wrigley building across the street, which was based on the Giralda Tower in Spain. What a fantastic design. Its soaring verticality makes it seem far taller than its mere 34 stories. And its crown, its great Gothic crown, is much more than an advertisement for the Tribune. It is a symbol for the city of Chicago. Underneath its Gothic frenzy, the Tribune Tower is a modern design that clearly articulates the building's steel frame. At street level, McCormick made sure his intentions were clearly conveyed to the public. McCormick was convinced of one thing above all else, that the greatness of the Tribune Tower, like the newspaper which it served, was based on a sense of the living past. Like so many restaurant ashtrays or hotel towels appropriated by globe-trotting Americans, these fragments were put there for all the world to see as permanent trophies of McCormick's worldwide search for architectural excellence. McCormick asked for the most beautiful and distinct office building in the world, as important as the architectural monuments of the past. The client, Colonel Robert McCormick, spent a fortune on his monument. His architect, Raymond Hood, caricatured himself as Robin Hood, stealing from the rich to give the Tribune Tower as a gift to the city. In 1930, Hood and Howells followed their Tribune collaboration with a design for the offices of another newspaper. New York's Daily News. Here, historical decoration was stripped away from the building's mass. The only ornament was a striking carved frontispiece, in which the Daily News building rose at the center of an ecstatic vision of the skyscraper city. The publisher of the news was Colonel McCormick's cousin, Captain Joseph Medill Patterson. He took a quote from Abraham Lincoln as the building's motto. God must have loved the common man. He made so many of them. Patterson was a campaigning populist who published his tabloid for the masses. The glistening black entrance lobby was like the control tower of Flash Gordon's spaceship. The walls were lined with clocks keeping time with the world's major cities. A revolving globe kept pace with the Earth itself. The pattern of vertical windows and brick piers was Gothic in spirit. Hood's unadorned, ribbed cliffs rose sheer from the sidewalk to the sky. Hood valued the vertical sweep of his walls so much that he extended the facade beyond the upper story to hide the building's ungainly rooftop services. At the time, Hood's decision seemed radical. He gave New York its first flat-topped skyscraper.
The story of the Chrysler Building is the story of corporate pride and human vanity. As designs were getting underway for the Chrysler Building, William Van Alen's former partner, Craig Severance, was at work on a rival skyscraper in the financial district.
Commissioned by the Bank of the Manhattan Company, Severance and his client hoped that their building would usurp the Woolworths' claim as the world's tallest. The tower, designed by Severance, assisted by Yasuo Matsui, topped off at 927 feet, 2 feet higher than Van Alen had planned for the Chrysler Building. The competition reached its climax in the summer of 1930.
Not to be outdone, Chrysler and Van Alen devised a surprise for Severance and for all New York, a surprise worthy of the magicianship of Houdini and the theatricality of Ziegfeld. Just as Severance was feeling relaxed and confident that he had won the race for height, Van Alen, in a bold stroke, unveiled his surprise, lifting into place, within 90 minutes, a 123-foot-high bright metal spike, which had been secretly assembled inside the building. This surprise not only caught all New York off guard, but naturally Severance himself, whose hopes for skyscraper glory were squashed forever.
The Chrysler Building had the vertical sweep of a skyscraper and the horizontal line of streamlined modern design. The piers soared, but the bands of windows stretched around the corners. Walter Percy Chrysler and his architect were so thrilled with their building that they dedicated the interior to a celebration of the tower itself. Edward Trumbull's mural hovered over the lobby. The skyscraper church had for its altar a marble information desk, framed in steel. The lobby's murals also glorified the themes of speed and power, of transportation and manufacturing. Van Alen, the architect, was said to be the only American to come back from his studies at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris without a box full of books on the history of architecture. No old stuff for me. No bestial copyings of arches and columns and cornices. Me, I'm new. Avanti, he reputedly declared. The Chrysler Building creates an exquisite balance between machine-age sleekness and traditional craftsmanship and scale. Stainless steel stair railings were stamped out in a ziggurat pattern that was repeated in the main lobby. so modern in its expression, the details were as symbolically charged as those in any Gothic building. For gargoyles, this Jazz-age cathedral had streamlined eagles, sleek and powerful, exactly the image of a Chrysler car. Inside, at the top, Chrysler's private dining room was decorated with a glass mural etched with life-size drawings of Chrysler's auto workers. A brickwork frieze of wheels studded with hubcaps sped towards the corners of the 31st floor. Monstrously scaled radiator caps flared over the city, as if the building's vertical thrust had forced them outwards. Today, the Chrysler Building still hypes its builder and his product long after ownership has passed on to others. Chrysler didn't need a New York skyscraper. Like other car companies, his company was headquartered in Detroit. But Walter Chrysler wanted to be at the heart of the world's skyscraper city. 1,048 feet high, the Chrysler Building was a proud tower dominating the skyline of New York. It still soars above the banal high-rises of post-war commercialism. Yet its victory as the world's tallest building was short-lived. Within 6 months, there was a new champion, only 10 blocks away. The Empire State Building was conceived in boom time, then rushed to completion after the 1929 crash. Everything that could be prefabricated was prefabricated. Windows, spandrels, steel strips, even slabs of stone were cut and assembled in place. The pieces were put together as if the process of building was the process of assembly line construction. 14.5 stories rose in 10 days. And the entire 1,250-foot tower was completed in 13 months. Shreve, Lamb, and Harmon were the architects. They went beyond the commercial ballyhoo of the Chrysler Building to achieve a genuine, modern resolution of technology and romance. The critic, Douglas Haskell, said it was the building's contradictions that made it exciting. For Haskell, the building was caught at the exact moment of transition between metal and stone, between the ideal of monumental mass and that of airy volume, between handicraft and machine design. The Empire State Building was a purely speculative venture, but was promoted as a great civic project. It was a symbolic and technological breakthrough. The traditional materials used to express corporate and civic pride were complemented by new materials. Aluminum bridges crisscrossed above the marble-walled lobby. Brass rondelles honored the technology that had permitted the building's soaring height. Haskell captured the Empire State Building's quintessential skyscraper essence. On so large a scale, there is something positively brutal in the monotony, but something inevitable and hypnotic, too. The building's most romantic element, the crested spire, was not part of the original design. Casting about for a justification for building higher than the Chrysler Building, the owners told the architects to add a 200-foot dirigible mooring mast to their original design. The mast was put to its ultimate functional test in September 1931. For a few harrowing minutes, a blimp docked a quarter of a mile above New York. Just enough time to drop off a letter to former Governor Alfred E. Smith, president of the Empire State Building Corporation. The Empire State Building symbolized the thrills and terrors of the new skyscraper city. At least part of the nightmare of King Kong came true on July 28, 1945. An Army B-25 crashed into the 79th floor, killing 13. Just as the Wall Street frenzy reached its peak and crashed, America was going skyscraper crazy. At a masked ball held in New York in 1931, the men who designed tall buildings wore their skyscrapers. Just Imagine introduced many Americans to a fantasy skyscraper city. The 1930 movie offered a futuristic vision of New York in 1980. In the movies, people would live at the top of the city, gazing out over the man-made cliff tops. This vision was not really all that new. Moses King had offered his dream of New York as early as 1908. The dream was taken much further by Hugh Ferris in his charcoal renderings, which culminated in his book of 1929, The Metropolis of Tomorrow. Tomorrow was not soon enough for a nation obsessed with height. Every American city had to have its own skyscraper. Los Angeles City Hall became known to millions through comic books and movies. Here, at the newspaper office of the Daily Planet, Clark Kent soared out as his famous alter ego. Conceived in the 1920s as a cultural center, but built after the stock market crash as a commercial project, Rockefeller Center was the last hurrah of monumental skyscraper urbanism. As designed by Raymond Hood and a team of architects including Wallace Harrison, Rockefeller Center translated the grandeur of traditional civic centers to the purposes of corporate capitalism. Hood proved that skyscrapers could define an urban place as impressive and grand as the public squares of Europe. Cleft between the walls of the Maison Francaise and the British Empire Building, the Channel Gardens formed a landscaped pedestrian boulevard leading to the great plaza at the center's heart. On the rooftops, landscaped gardens fulfilled the fantastic visions of Hugh Ferris. The soaring shaft of the RCA building was the center of the composition. The architecture was stripped down in accordance with the modernist machine aesthetic and the Depression-era budget. But the center included an extensive program of heroically scaled public art. The highlight of the art program was to be the RCA building's lobby. Today's mural is the second version. The first was painted by Diego Rivera, the controversial Mexican artist who was hired to create a mural on the theme of human progress. Rivera's mural showed an American worker balancing the competing ideologies of capitalism and communism. Lenin didn't fit into Rockefeller's idea of progress. He paid off Rivera and had the mural destroyed. Jose Maria Sert, a more cooperative Spanish artist, painted a much more conventional interpretation of American history. In Sert's mural, Abraham Lincoln leads the nation to its triumphant destiny, symbolized by Rockefeller Center itself. The lobby had the streamlined design of an ocean liner. Gleaming stairways led to the lower deck of the shopping concourse and subways. On the upper decks, Rockefeller Center had offices, studios, shops, restaurants, theaters, and nightclubs. New Yorkers flocked to the skyscraping Club Raymond. At least Fred and Ginger did in their 1935 movie, Swing Time. Since I really can't be Fred Astaire, the next best thing for me to do is to act out my celluloid fantasies of the Club Raymond by coming to the Rainbow Room, on the 65th floor of the RCA building. Beneath the crystal chandeliers, sinuous curves, and sleek surfaces, the Rainbow Room offered glamorous Gothamites an appropriate setting for metropolitan romance. In 1934, when the Rainbow Room was opened, the champagne world of the New York skyscraper seemed a thing of the past. The stock market crash in 1929 and the ensuing deepening depression seemed to quell forever the optimism of architects and entrepreneurs to scaffold the sky. The energy had drained out of America's skyscraper dream when cities began to build again after World War II. American corporations adopted the symbol-free, minimalist, international style as their architectural emblem, churning out nearly identical buildings. But Lever House, the first international-style skyscraper in New York, was more than a bland box. As designed in 1952 by Gordon Bunshaft, an architect with Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill, Lever House was a slap in the face of traditional urbanism. It powerfully demonstrated the architectural and urbanistic ideas of the French modernist Le Corbusier. Lever House had curtain walls of glass and aluminum, glittering in the sunlight, like the cellophane that wrapped the company's products. 6 years later, a truly distinguished modern skyscraper was built across Park Avenue. Solid, mordant, and imposing. The Seagram building was designed by Mies van der Rohe in 1958. The Seagram building would never have been built without Phyllis Lambert, whose father, Samuel Bronfman, was president of the Seagram Company.
Mies had hardly had a chance to do any work, and yet people like Saarinen and others were all talking in terms of Mies. They would say, oh, I would do this differently, I would do that differently.
How did your father take to Mies?
My father said, Mies, do me a wonderful building, but don't put it up on stilts. And then he went down...
And he put it up on stilts.
Then he went down to see the model in Chicago, and he said, Mies, I thought I said no stilts. And Mies said, yes, but look how beautiful it looks over here, and that was the end of it.
For all its modernism, it's still a classic building, isn't it?
The Seagram building, first of all, is very symmetrical. The canopy announces the entrance. The building has a base. The building has a top. And Mies was very conscious of these issues, and it's really the traditional base, middle, and top of any palazzo in a traditional Renaissance palace.
Even though it's a corporate headquarters, it isn't filled with overt symbolism. There are no distinct emblems, no logos, no decorations on the top like the Chrysler building has, for example.
He did ornament it with these mullions, which I think are extraordinary, ornament in themselves. They haven't been looked at as such. They just the normal H-beam or I-beam. Pharaoh Saarinen said, who are there those who should and could, those who should and couldn't, and those who could and shouldn't? So those who should and could were really Corbusier, Mies, and Frank Lloyd Wright.
But did you go to see Le Corbusier? Had you ever met him?
No, didn't go to see Le Corbusier. Thought of it, but I really didn't think. I thought that his kind of sculptural persuasion was something that would really not work on Park Avenue, and I thought that it would also be a bad influence.
What brought you to Mies as opposed to, say, Frank Lloyd Wright?
I never went to see Frank Lloyd Wright. He was, it seemed to me, the expression of manifest destiny in the United States. I mean, he was really that whirlwind power of the 19th century, and not somebody who was going to build a building on Park Avenue in the 1950s. Mies had a wonderful statement, and I think his buildings are like that. He said, you can change me as much as you can change an oak tree. I asked him about Le Corbusier, and I said many people thought that Le Corbusier would not be a good person because architecture was so different, the practice and the issues were so different in Europe. And he said, that's nonsense. He said, a good architect can work anywhere. I was convinced that what I had to do was to make sure that Mies built the building he wanted to build. And I cleared the way on every level for that. And I just simply made sure of that.
The Seagram building was the product of a remarkable collaboration between Lambert, Mies van der Rohe, and Philip Johnson. Johnson was responsible for supervising the important details, including the grand restaurant on the main floor, whose shimmering curtains enlivened the otherwise implacable facades. Well, the building is a work of art. And now that it's been sold, you have become a curator, guarding its integrity as though it was a precious painting or a sculpture.
I think that's an interesting way of thinking about it and thinking about the stewardship. Because people spend, first of all, more of their lives really in working in a building than they do at their own homes even. And then a building is also what happens to people as they walk next to it. It makes a very important point on the street. And these were issues that I was most concerned with, really, in the working on the building. And these are issues I've been concerned with my life as an architect, my own life work as an architect.
Mies's vision proved too classical and too expensive for the marketplace. Look at the old Park Avenue, lined by unified stone buildings, as it gave way to an architectural free-for-all. A young Austrian architect, Hans Hollein, traveling across the United States to study American architecture, realized the limitations of this non-symbolic modernist approach. Hollein proposed that Skidmore, Owings and Merrill's Chase Bank of 1959 in Lower Manhattan be given a top, a great Rolls-Royce pediment, a symbol of capitalism, returning the swaggering symbolism of the 1920s to the deliberately anonymous architecture of the 1950s and 60s. That theme of a swaggering, deliberately symbolic architecture was picked up by Philip Johnson and John Brigee in their controversial but fundamentally sound AT&T building, designed in 1978. After a generation of bland boxes that failed to understand the essence of Mies's masterpiece and only emulated the surfaces, an earlier tradition of historically reflective skyscraper designs has been rediscovered. The Transco Tower in Houston is one of the latest examples of the Renaissance in American skyscraper design. A glass building, it has the force, energy, and presence of the great stone-clad towers of the 1920s. Philip Johnson and John Brigee are the architects. The man who made it possible is the developer, Gerald Hines.
Jerry, it seems to me Transco culminates your search to put architecture back to the symbolic level it had, say, with the Woolworth building.
Well, I think that's true. I think Transco is that type of building, and it typifies what the American corporations were looking for, I think, an identity. And Transco, someone said, was an invisible company in an invisible industry. And today they are not an invisible company.
The Transco Tower is more than a reflective glass box. The surfaces are modulated, with setbacks and soaring bays that stress its verticality.
Commercial architecture wasn't this way 15 or so years ago when you started to build tall buildings.
I think that's true, and I think it took people such as Hugh Littke, who headed Pennzoil, and said, I'll probably not build more than one major office building in my career, and he wanted it to be outstanding. I think it gave national attention to Pennzoil as a major oil company
although they were much smaller than the Seven Sisters. He went along with Philip's view of having an office in a sloping top and paid a small premium for that.
Johnson & Bergey's Republic Bank in downtown Houston renews the romantic skyscraper dreams of the 1920s. The historical references are explicit: Dutch gables and Gothic finials. The 56-story tower climbs up, layer upon layer, to culminate in a fabulous rooftop silhouette. Inside, the 120-foot-high banking hall is spanned by a network of trusses. It is a Pyrenean fantasy, rendered user-friendly in white paint. Completed in 1985, PPG Place in Pittsburgh epitomizes the renewal of America's skyscraper urbanist tradition. It uses skyscraper architecture to make urban space. It is a symbol of the company and of its civic pride. PPG Place is perhaps the quintessential American place, combining corporate pride and civic pride. It's a great square bounded by office buildings, and at one end, a soaring tower, a monument to the company which paid for it. A monument also to the company's product, glass. PPG is, in some ways, the Rockefeller Center of our own era. The square connects wonderfully through to the square behind it, Market Square of the city of Pittsburgh. The tower, similarly, connects with other towers in Pittsburgh, most particularly the Cathedral of Learning. Gothic architecture expressing wisdom, Gothic architecture expressing the corporation and its power. Most important about PPG is that Johnson & Bergey, its architects, have brought together old forms and new materials to make a place. We know how to use it. We know how to behave here. We know what to do. Its meaning is clear. We, you and I, can share the pride of the corporation. It is their place, but it is also our place.
Pride of place, building the American dream, is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation, which invites you to join with them in supporting public television.
The companion book to Pride of Place is available from TV 12 if you call the number on your screen. It's lavishly illustrated with 384 pages that include the historic homes, state houses, museums, and skyscrapers seen in the series. Order Pride of Place now with a credit card by calling toll-free 1-800-441-3000. The price is $34.95, and please have your credit card ready when you call. That's 1-800-441-3000.
I'm a psychiatrist, and I have 3 teenage daughters. I know how tough it is for kids today, with school pressures, drugs, alcohol, depression, or family problems. I've also seen how the adolescent unit at Friends Hospital can help. We offer short-term inpatient therapy for kids with problems. We include parents in the treatment program because when a child has a problem, everyone hurts. To receive a brochure, call Friends Hospital now.
Friends Hospital applauds Channel 12's emphasis on nature, the arts, and other quality programming.
Have you seen this packet in the mail? It's your key to a world of fantastic prizes. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines will fly you to Amsterdam for 6 days, 5 nights at the glorious Amsterdam Sonesta Hotel. Work at this executive desk and credenza from Denmark, courtesy of the Office Collection of Warehouse Imports. How about this 27-inch Sony monitor receiver with cable-ready tuner and wireless remote from Hi-Fi House in Wilmington? Or brush up your image with dress, grooming, speech, and body language coaching by Don and Karen Kaufman, personal fashion and image consultants. How can you be a winner in the WHYY Jubilee of Prizes? You start by doing this.
The great cathedrals of France, dangerous and expensive to construct, they were the engineering wonders of their age. How were they built, and why? And what were the people like who built them? David Macaulay takes us back to the world of medieval France and its most magnificent buildings on Cathedral.
Be sure to join us tomorrow at 8 p.m. Stay tuned now for a special report from Frontline, Memory of the Camps, coming up next. This program contains scenes some viewers may find offensive.
Funding for Frontline is provided by this station and other public television stations nationwide, and by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Good evening. Tonight, a special edition of Frontline. On the day that has been designated Holocaust Memorial Day, we want to broadcast again a film that takes a moment to look back and to remember the awful legacy of Nazi Germany. There's a story behind tonight's film. It was made 40 years ago, but was only recently discovered in the archives of the Imperial War Museum in London. The film is a record of what the Allied forces found, photographed by Army cameramen when they entered the Nazi death camps. For reasons that are not completely clear, the film was never finished. The version found in the archives is mostly silent. The soundtracks are missing. And the final reel was found only after our film was put together. However, a script to accompany the pictures was found, so we asked British actor Trevor Howard to read it. We decided to run the film uncut, unedited, as close as possible to what the producers intended 40 years ago. They made it as a document to serve our collective memory. And I must warn you, it is harrowing and painful to watch. But 11 million people died in those death camps. 6 million were Jews. We should never forget.
In March